some charting action up here. What's up, everybody and anybody or nobody? Welcome to Extreme Gains' new live stream. I tried this a while ago with some bullshit equipment, so I got myself some new stuff to be able to do this the right way, or kind of the right way. I'm gonna keep this music low enough that I don't get copyright, because I was playing music before and they were copyrighting me on every one. Why my charting got all fucked up. But anyways, my name's Chuck, and I am the owner and creator of Extreme Gains. Extreme Gains used to be a supplement company and a bodybuilding personal fitness brand that I created and ran. And it just fit for this. I got into trading. It's a long story how I got into it. I'll tell it some other time, but nonetheless, I kept all of the branding, the name, the rights, everything like that. So it's fitting for the stock market, because that is, I think, what we're all trying to do. So I'm just pulling up some charting here for AMC. I know I only have one screen on the one screen on the stream. I'll do a split screen here if people get in here, and hey, what's up, Bruce? I just opened up the chat window here so I can see who's in here and what's going on. How you doing, bro? Alright. This is gonna be a little shaky. I'm not, this is the first time I've really, I mean, like I said, I did a couple dumbass live streams a while back, trying to see how it all worked, and really I did it from my phone. I didn't have the streaming equipment to do it the right way, so I just tried it and it sucked, and yeah, so I'm doing it right this time. I went and bought some equipment, and I just got to figure out how to have this chat up. What's up, man? Just clicking away at work. Got you in the background. I'll hang out for a while till work gets busy. Cool, bro. I appreciate you stopping by, man. Definitely. Oh, shit. Let me get some music playing. Hopefully they don't copyright me, but fuck it. Hey, make sure to give a follow before you roll out, Bruce. On the YouTube. Appreciate it. Alright, let me get this music player out of the fucking room. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter or not. Thank you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter or not at all, but I've been posting these charts of mine. A while back I started, yeah, I see that, brother. Thank you. It just sent me the notification. I started seeing these. Oh, good deal. Okay. Yeah, scroll back, take a look, man. I've been on point for quite a while. You know, it's funny. I have a guy who I became real good buddies with I don't know. He might stop in. I hope he does. But him and he was one of my, I guess, critics when I first started posting. Um, so I start seeing algorithms, man, and patterns and things like that. And I see shapes. I'm a guitar player, musician, have been all my life. So it's just the way I kind of do things, patterns, shapes. And I started seeing this shit, man. And I was like, whoa. So I started putting things on my Twitter, and this dude started he busted my balls about it, and I basically told him to go fuck himself. And he unfollowed me and blocked me, and I blocked him. Well, then like 2 weeks later, a buddy of his messaged me, or I had posted another chart on a tweet, and one of his buddies, and they're in the UK, one of his buddies reached out and said, you know, hey man, my buddy was just having a rough day. He's trading off your fractals right now, and he's blown away, you know, that you're on point like that. He wanted to know if you would unblock him. So I did, and we talk every day. He's a trader too, and you know, it's just funny how, you know, it all panned out. But anyways, that's what I'm doing, man. I hope, you know, to get some people stopping in and like the video I shared. I don't remember sharing a video. To show kind of what I'm doing and what I'm seeing. I mean, I've been posting them. I've been on point, really. I missed, so I think the algo started over is what I think. I found a little glitch in the GameStop algo in June, like May, June, when we ran up on AMC. GameStop didn't as much, and I thought that was strange, and that's kind of where I found what they did here. We were on track to go ahead and blow out of that pennant. What was it? Last week or the week before? I think on the 14th or 15th. Yeah, 15th. But it's like they have this reset. They can cap it. They can cap volume, and then it resets. And so, anyways, I think I found it again. I guess it was the day that I thought it was gonna start taking off, and it ran sideways. And I messaged my buddy there, and I said, I think they just reset the algo or something happened. I don't think we're going up. And I had calls, so I sold them, and sure as shit, I mean, we've dropped what? From 44, almost 44.50. Been in since January, and think we still have some time, but I don't know. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Look at the tweet I put up. So when I figured this out last week or the week before, when I kind of figured out where we're at right now, in comparison to its historical self, AMC, I posted it and I said, I think this is the one. And if that one there actually would bring us out, it extends the pennant, obviously. But here, actually, if you're watching, you got your phone, I can show you right here. Yeah, I'll show you on the 4. I forgot I have my screen showing. Busy talking. Alright. So check this out, bro. Alright, so pretty much the algo pattern is that this is the beginning of it where my cursor is. We get a run up, and it creates this, always see this shape, and it's kind of a pennant in it, and it has a false breakout of that pennant, and then there's always 3 support lines. Okay, you're watching. There's always 3 support lines, and I mean, this goes back, and it goes clear back to here. I'll show you here in a minute. It goes the way back, but there's always 3 support lines. There's the pennant support line, and it always breaks through. And then there's a second support line here. That's where we typically get a stop and a retest, and then it falls through. And every one of these pennants break to the downside. Every single one. None of them break to the upside. And they're all bullish pennants, and none of them break up. They all break down. Then we come down to this third resistance, or I'm sorry, third support. And that third support line actually brings us to our next peak. So, but we break through that and create our new bottom. And that ends up being our new bottom, as you can see, before the next run up. That is still stayed our bottom. We get that run up that lines up with that third support. And then this here, I always drew this. It's and you'll see out here, it's underneath the third support. Takes us to the peak of our next run up and the next fractal shape. So what happened was, here we built this out, and right here we were supposed to come down here, make this move, which is right here. This is that move. This is that move here. I'm sorry, right here. We were supposed to make this little move here and then head out of this pennant. But what they did is they capped it, and as soon as I saw it, I said, "Oh shit, they're starting over." And when I realized that, that's when I saw this, and I said, "Okay, this is the end and the beginning of each fractal." So what they did was they went ahead and created it again, capped it. What I was thinking we were still in this one, they had restarted it here. And so anyways, it's played out, and what happens is we come down, and you can see the shapes that we make. Now one of two things happen. We either come down and make a W, and then we have an extra triangle, and then we run up, or we just come down, or I'm sorry, no, on AMC, that's GME. On AMC, on every one of them, we come down, we make a W, we make a triangle, or a triangle and a W, however you want to look at it, on each one before the next run up. So here's where we're at now in comparison. Here was the beginning, end, and then the beginning, next fractal shape, the pennant, the breakdown through the first pennant support, break down through this, there, got caught here, and then break down to the third support. We bottom there. You can see where the line comes up from that second support, and that's our next peak. We came up, that's our next peak. How we're able to call the beginning and end of the fractals by volume? If so, can you explain your thought patterns on assessing volume? You know what? I'll be honest, bro. I don't pay a lot of attention to volume. I have a theory on. Here's my complete honest theory. It's just you and me in here, I believe. So fuck it. And I don't care. I'm gonna tell everybody this anyways. But I truly believe that they're in control of this entire thing. I see people posting like, "Oh, bulls are in control now, and we own the float," and those all sound good, but this here, this entire thing, clear back to here, this is all precise movements, controlled volume, or did you do it by trend lines? I just saw the yeah, okay, agree. I just saw the patterns, man. I have a brain like that for some reason. I just started seeing these shapes and these patterns. If you look back at my Twitter, I thought the fractal was this entire thing and this entire pennant, and all the shapes within it I thought were all part of this fractal, which in a way they are, but that's what led everybody to the downfall a couple weeks ago, thinking we were going to run up, and then we didn't, and now you got a bunch of people let down again. And what I realized was, yes, it's all one fractal, giant one, but there's the innards of that. There's a cycle that's playing out. I mean, obviously we have a giant cycle playing out, giant bull pennant, run up, but inside of that, so I had first noticed it on the daily chart a long time ago, and that's when I thought this was one big thing. Well, then I thought, well, I wonder if I can get on the inside of it and see what's making this, and that's what led me to all this. And then I realized that this, like from there to there, is or beginning to end, and then beginning, and then it's going to do the same shit if it does. But this is where everybody thought, oh shit, we're running up. Well, what I realized at that point, when we started turning downhill here, I thought, uh-oh, And then I realized, okay, hold up, something's different. And then I looked back when I started looking. Actually, I ended up looking at GME to see, because I knew I've had this thought in my head about GME not running up in May and June like we did, like this. GME got stunted. GME got stunted just like this in May and June. The exact same stunting. But anyways, volume analysis, I don't look at it, bro. They, in my opinion, they have 100% complete control of this thing. The high frequency trading algorithms and everything. I mean, you can see it. It's just so volume's not even. I think they control the flow of that. I think a long time ago when and I've been in since January too, by the way. When I first got involved, I remember when Lou versus Wall Street first hit the scene and started saying about them parking orders and when I don't know if there's actual legitimacy to that, but the concept of that is, in my mind, the volume control. Whether they park them, whether they match them, whether they front run them, whatever they do, it boils down to this. I never looked, but did GME go while we recently got stumped? Yeah, I mean it went up a little bit. We didn't. I think we went to what, 255? Let me look, or 250. Yeah, we hit 250. Here, if you're looking, here's the GME chart. Now, it stayed within its pennant, though, but here, check this out. So when we ran up, so here was January, right, for GME. Then we both had these little run-ups in March. And then, if you remember, this was the end of the AMC pennant where we blew out to the all-time highs. I'm tracking, they're in control, running their grindles inside fractals like the Russian doll. Exactly, bro. Exactly. But yeah, right here is where they stunted it, and they stunted volume on GME. I mean, it got a run up, but it didn't accomplish all-time highs like AMC did in June. And then this last one here, again, they've done the same thing. If you see on GME, they just keep pulling it down, pulling it down, pulling it down. Whereas AMC is kind of on an uptrend, on an uptrend, on an uptrend. That's the only difference. But what I did was to recognize, I came back here and I wanted to see what led to them stunting this in May and June. So I analyzed this fractal and then this fractal, and I realized that's exactly what just played out in AMC from May, June, after the run-up till now. And they stunted it here. So just because of the location now, I don't know how much further they could extend it past January-ish, February. That's kind of, here, I'll go back to the AMC and show you. So when I transposed the movements from, so what I did was I went back to AMC, and where we're at, the fractal that we're playing out is the March, April to May fractal in AMC prior to the June run-up is where we're at right now. So what, in my opinion, what I think is going to happen is, and what it did was it extended this out to, January 14th, 15th, 20th, somewhere, I don't know, somewhere mid-January. Potentially beginning if it breaks out early. But I took the movements and transposed them here. Watch this. Real quick, and then I need to get my options stuff ready. Oh. this fractal here compared to itself. Why is it not gonna? I'm already stretched the whole way. All right. There we go. Pull that down. There. AMC compared to itself. I guess, where are we at there? This needs to come back. Yeah. Well, let me pull it this way first so you can see how it played out. That's the run up. Yeah. And that would be there. So this is March, beginning here, where it started this fractal. Same here with AMC. Pull that down. Pen it. Same breakdown format. Through the first, caught it the second, through the second. Yeah, early February will be a year, and I'm curious to see what happens if we don't get another leg up before. I truly think we will. I mean, if we don't, the only thing I could possibly think of would be a false breakout of the pennant, of the overall pennant, and then right back into it like they've done. Which, again, it's tapering it and spring loading it, the further they draw it out. So, I don't know. It's eventually, and I think that's why everybody's saying, like, this can only happen for so long. Not only on the covering and shit, but it's drawn out. But anyways, yeah, here you go. Same breakdown format of the pennant, through the first, through the second, caught on the second, down to caught on the third, through the third. Play, and right here is where it plays. It runs down. This is the section we're in now. Same thing. Triangle, run up, bigger triangle, and then it resets. Right? And then it resets. But here is where it broke out of the pennant in June and took off. So what I believe is that's what's. Let me line these up so you can see these now. There. Real quick, like, this is March, April, May, mid-May, end of May, beginning of June, where we start the run up. This is November, literally almost November 1st. We're right here now, present time, today. And then, like I said, if I transpose that, I mean, as soon as I transpose this on this, I saw it. Exact same movements. Break down straight out of the pennant, straight through the first and the second. Break down through the first and the second. It gets caught on the third. Rebounds. George W. Run up. And it lines up with the going to the next high point. The third one, going to the next high point. The third one makes a triangle within a triangle. Triangle within a triangle. Down. Then it comes up. And it creates this shape. And we have a downtrend. And we break through that final. Break through the final, which we just did. come down, find support. This is what I put on Twitter that didn't get a lot of love about the bottom. This is the bottom that it found back then. There's the bottom there. It lines up perfectly with previous supports. Literally the exact same measurements. So, right now I've been studying this. This would be a short bottom, but it almost looks. I've been putting these arrows here for everybody to see. This is almost like candle for candle, basically. But with that said, this 1, 2, 3 touch and then go. It looks similar to this 1, 2, 3. It fell through on the third, wicked down, and then go. It's starting to look like this bottom right here, and I'm questioning whether or not, that's what I'm waiting to see today, how this plays out. Questioning whether or not they shorten this bottom to go, and they've done that too. They'll do that shit where they play the upside and they'll shorten things or lengthen them and continue to play downside or shit like that. So I'm paying attention to that to make sure. My initial instinct, and I've learned, over the past year to trust myself, because for a while I didn't trust myself doing this, and thinking to myself, there's no way I figured this out, and then it would play out and I'd be like, holy shit, but so I've learned to trust myself, but I've also seen that they can change things real quick. They can change and send it another direction, just when you think you're onto it. But if it continues to track, we're going to see one last push down today, and then we'll see our bottom, and then from there we're going to start moving up. Or this is our bottom, and we're going to start pushing up today. I think we'll wick down, it opened, and then we'll start pushing up. So that's my theory on today. And the whole thing in a nutshell, as quick as I could explain it to you, and still leave me some time to chart out some possible option entries for today. But I appreciate you being in here, man. I was surprised when anybody was even in here. I was like, oh shit, hey, what's up, man? Alright, let me check that. Did I put that back in the right way? What's that? Is it showing? Yeah, it's showing both of them for some reason. Let me put the Weeble chart up. Yeah, it's showing both. Alright, well, that's fucking weird. So let me get rid of that. And those are the chats there. Okay, cool. So you can see the chats. I'll pull my picture there. Let me pull this back up. Check it out. Right on, man. Well, I appreciate you explaining your thoughts. I'll keep an eye out for your posts. Gotta get ready for a meeting. Thanks again. Good luck today. Yeah, man. You too. Thanks for stopping in, brother. Have a good day at work, bro. Yeah, see, the chat's not there. See, it's fucked up. Why is the chat? I don't understand this chat thing. And it's showing on here. See, that's showing. I can't, no, I removed it and I can't get it back. Alright. See, I don't know why the chat's not there. It was just there, and now it's not. I don't get that. I just had it here. I literally put this there. Chat box. Done. Sorry if anyone's still in here. Trying to get that chat back up. Both of them were showing when I looked, and now none of them are. And we only got 7 freaking minutes left, so. Yeah, see, there's no chat. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks. So does that. minute chart. Alright, there we go. The minute chart and the 4-hour chart. I like to watch the 4-hour chart. Oh, those are my option plays. Alright. I need to exit this live screen. Ah, damn it. Is my stream lagging 2 times? Come on, don't do that to me. See, and the chat's not fucking showing up. I'm sorry, guys. Man, oh man. Alright, here we go. We're about to open. And we're open. AMC's actually looking strong right now. We'll see what happens here. See if she, I'm going to turn that music up for a minute. I think maybe I have, yeah, I got too many screens up. Alright, let's just try that. Let's see if it, will quit buffering like that. I ran a couple test runs last night and there was no buffering, so I don't understand why it's doing that. I apologize. My apologies. Neo over 4035, right? Roblox over 129. Zoom over 215. I think I'm gonna stay out of watch options today because for my scalps because I want to pick up some AMC calls today, and I believe I'm gonna buy some. Man, that seat's driving me nuts today. I'm gonna buy some more shares today as well. So I am going to pull this down to the. I can watch the 4 hour over here. Why is it doing that? I don't know why it's buffering, man. Sorry. Gosh, damn. Dude. This is wild. Like, I did 3 test runs last night. Had no problems, no buffering, no nothing. And now it's doing that. Hey, alright, is the chat showing up? I just saw that. Yep. Okay, cool. Cool. The chat is showing up. Alright. AMC looking strong so far. I am patiently waiting for a bottom confirmation. We may have already got it, to be honest. We may have got it right here today. This inverted head and shoulders in pre-market, along with two other touch points at 36. So we may have already gotten it. I was thinking we didn't, but and that we're gonna wick down. So we'll see what happens here. We will see what happens. We will see what happens. I had some option plays on my whiteboard here ready to go for this morning, but a new brother stopped in, a new buddy that just stopped in this morning. We just met and we're talking in the chat here. Bruce, good dude, seems like. Just clicking away. Yeah, it's still, I don't understand why I'm buffering. I literally ran 3 freaking test runs last night, and I didn't buffer at all. Well, I did, but I got all my settings squared away so that it wouldn't buffer when I came on today. Alright. GameStop's currently at 201.21, down 0.78%. SPY getting hit. IWM's getting hit, down 1%. See what happens here. See if they're gonna hug it down. If we get a hammer down, and if it's still tracking according to what I have laid out on here and on my Twitter, we're gonna get dumped on hard right now within this 4-hour candle. So we'll see what happens. Grab a piece of candy. Yeah. Okay. Good to go. Trying to make sure everything's closed out. GameStop currently 199.26, down 1.36. IWM down 0.75. SPY down 0.65. Lucid and Sundial just went green to red. Super low volume on both GameStop and AMC today, like it has been. doing, Amy? What are we doing? We're following. Looks like we're following Spot in IWM right now. Once the market settles down here a little bit, I see what it's gonna do. Like I said, I want to buy some call options, and I might buy some. I think I'm gonna buy some shares today too. But today or tomorrow, I'm waiting to confirm the bottom here. But then I'm gonna go over. I just gave Bruce a crash course in it in like 15 minutes, but I'm gonna go over it that way I can clip it and make a video out of it, or try to, because I've never done that either. And put that out. I need a fucking tissue.
I need a tissue.
Yeah, I think I like that. You can still see the chat over top of that and everything, right? Wonder what my delay is. I had it where I was only delaying like 4 seconds max. That's the best I could get it. I wonder what it's at right now. I feel like it's more. Why does it say no internet? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Just gonna say we're at major support right now at 36. This will be the 4th touch. If it's typical Amy with the 3 test trend roll, I'm fully anticipating a breakdown right now. If not, I believe this will be our bottom. But if it breaks down, then I believe if you look at the 4-hour chart down here, where we're at, I think this will be our next bottom. I think we're gonna break through. So this is a pivotal moment right now to see where our bottom is. Will 36 hold, or will we be heading down further? See if she breaks down. What are you gonna do? What are you doing? If she continues to track like herself, this is the exact play out. These fractal patterns that I have in here, the exact play out from March to the run up in June. And in March we dropped down this candle right here, this 4-hour candle we're on. We dropped down to this support, made a bottom here across this line. We wicked down one time here, and then we started our run back up. So if she stays true to that, I'm fully expecting her to break through 36 right now. That and the 3 test trend roll, and this is the 4th touch of 36 in the last 2 days, 3 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, and this will be the 4th. I'm anxious. I have anxiety right now. I'm anxious to see what she's gonna do. GameStop 199 down 1.5%, IWM down 0.9%, SPY down 0.5%. Come on, Amy. What are you doing, baby? Like I said, as soon as I get through this, I want to buy. I'm a buyer today. I'm going to buy some shares and a couple call contracts, like 4 or 5. But I want to confirm the bottom. And as soon as I do that, then I'm going to spend some time talking about my Twitter posts and the fractals and the algo that I've identified and have been tweeting about for months. And I'm going to show it all to you. I'm going to make it part of this this live stream and video. That way I probably will clip it. I think that's what I'll do. I'll end up clipping it and making another video out of it, but yeah. Well, she's bouncing a little bit. Bouncing a little bit. It is one big ass George W. and 4-hour candles there, if you kind of sort of. There she goes. she goes. Well, unless it's a false break. Let me check. Stunk. Somebody messaged me. Let's see. Comment 34. I'm still waiting. if that's gonna dump like I think it's going to, that's got a ways to go. We got if it makes it back up, looking for 36 to become sorry, excuse me, become resistance. It's gonna retest that, and if we're gonna dump, it'll reject at that point, and then we'll be seeing a new bottom, in my opinion. In my opinion, not financial advice. Doesn't everybody have to say that or some shit? Let's listen to some Creedence. People told me long ago. I thought I'd have more people in here talking to me. If you're in here, say something. Chat. I got the chat up. Bullshit. So I have somebody to bullshit with. I had one visitor this morning. Bruce was a good dude. He come in and talked to me a little bit and picked my brain real quick. I don't know how loud that. I'm not gonna be able to tell. Yeah, I can't. I won't be able to do that. GameStop's still hovering around 199, down 1.3%. Come on, bottom. I want to see the bottom here. I should have played a couple of my options. I had some option plays this morning. I was looking at Neo, Zoom, and Roblox. I typically scalp options other than AMC and GameStop. I play swings or leaps with them. To be honest, I haven't had one red option yet on GameStop or AMC. And I've been trading off my fractals, my fractal projections, what you see at the bottom of the screen. And but then I scalp Neo, Zoom, Roblox, Apple, A few different ones. I had a list. I don't know where my list is. I'll scalp those daily. But, I'm sure you follow Dave. What do you think of Wyckoff? Or are you slowly looking at fractals? Hey, what's up, bro? I see you posting on Twitter and stuff. Thanks for stopping by. Um, so my experience with Wyckoff was first probably back in January, December, January, with crypto. Um, I know Dave. I don't know him personally, but I know of him. I've watched a couple of his videos. I don't faithfully follow him or nothing. I know he's on point with that as well, with the same thing. Um, so my experience with fractals was with crypto. I watched that play out with crypto repeatedly, um, and I used it obviously to swing some trades with crypto prior to getting involved with AMC and GameStop. Um, Would you ask me? What do you think? Are you solely looking at fractals? Me personally, Wyckoff's 1,000,000% legitimate in my eyes. I've seen it. So I on AMC and GameStop um, did not use Wyckoff to come to my conclusion. I when that's what I was telling Bruce earlier. This stuff just these shapes and these fractal patterns just jump off at me um, more than Wyckoff. I literally have a board up here behind that's got the fractals that I've drawn out for different algos that I've identified, and uh, the Wyckoff accumulation and distribution both drawn out that are the mirrored inverted one. Um, so what I have found with stocks is um, I feel like it's more algorithmic, high frequency trading than it is Wyckoff, and not that Wyckoff can't be applied to some of them, um, because it's obvious. We've seen two people or more than two people come to the same conclusion using two different things: fractal patterns and high frequency algo fractal patterns and Wyckoff. But I have personally identified algorithms within stocks uh, that would not uh, relate to Wyckoff as far as a mirroring of the distribution or accumulation. Um, so for me, I chose to try to focus on fractals, repeating algorithmic cycles, and like I said, for me it's about shapes. I don't know if I have. I know a couple people joked about it. I don't know if I have a form of autism or if it's like an OCD thing or what. But I've played guitar, piano, drums all my life, and when I see music or read music and play, everything's always been patterns for me. So I think it's just natural for me to see patterns. It didn't feel forced. And so I just rely on that. That's what I've been relying on this whole time. But yeah, no, Dave's on point though. I believe he had kind of the same conclusion I had, was that we're looking for another bottom, and we're in this downtrend. I think from what I saw and the people that I follow, um, I don't remember anybody else other than him and myself calling for downside. Uh, for the last 2 weeks, really. Everybody was calling for upside for the most part. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. But I know I definitely was. I went against the grain. I felt like I was going against the grain. I know that. I got a buddy who's on Twitter from the UK that I talk to daily. And I switched it up on a Friday afternoon real quick. I was holding some calls that were green, and I thought once I saw it, that I felt like the algo switched up, and I felt like we weren't going to take off and blow out of that pennant, that overall pennant, like we were everybody, and I was too. I was anticipating that as well, because that's what its historical self was telling us it was going to do, and that's where the pennant looked to be at that point. But I felt it, and I sold my calls. I took my profit, and yeah, I went against the grain because I knew, and I started putting out content that we were, I was calling for downside. But yeah, I mean, we've both kind of come up with the same conclusion, I think, with different things. So Wyckoff's definitely usable and legitimate. Sorry if I pause, dude. It's so weird talking to somebody, but talking like in an empty room to myself. So where do you see us in the macro or the June run up? Not sure if you see micro or macro. I see both. Originally I saw macro. If you scroll back through my Twitter, you'll see. Originally I was seeing on the daily a macro algo and fractal, both macro fractal and then micro within that macro, but on the daily. And then I wanted to start playing some options with the volatility, to be honest with you, some calls. So I wanted to start doing that, and so I wanted to get inside of that. So I actually started down at the 1 hour. I ran down to the 1 hour chart and started seeing it there, and that's kind of where I originally picked up on what I've been posting recently. The repetitive, it's a small fractal. I mean, where do I have it? I have it mapped out on here. Yeah, I have it down here. Yeah, I posted. I think it's 88 days, 87 or 88 days, is what's playing out. But here it is really. Here, I'll go back and show you this one here. It's the same, and it goes back to the old pen too. But this is what I was showing the guy earlier. This is the finish of one and the start of two, if you will, in this pennant. So one was here, and it's the same shape, and then it creates a bull pennant, and all the pennants break to the downside. So it happened here, made the same shape in here, made the bull pennant broke down. So there's three supports. It gets caught on 2 and 3. It falls through 1 being the blue pennant, and then 2, and then 3. It always falls through 1, gets caught on 2, gets caught on 3, falls through, and then these trend lines here actually lead us to the next high tops. Let me keep checking where she's at because I don't want to miss my chance. I'm a buyer today, man. I'm gonna be buying some more calls, and I'm actually gonna buy some more shares today too. I'm gonna spend some money today. Fuck it. But anyways, these trend lines lead us to our next high tops. So the third support will lead us to our first high top from the new bottom, and then our last support leading from the bottom leads us to our next fractal high. And it happens all through here, right here. Next high top up, next fractal high. Next high top from bottom, next fractal high. And they all repeat the same. Once they break through a new bottom, however you want to look at it, they make either a W and then an A, or an A, then a W, however you want to look at it. And then they start over. So that's the start stop point. So it played out there, and then they did the same here, and it played out here, broke to the downside, did the same thing here, WA, And then we were anticipating us blowing out of this pennant right here, which would have been this move right here. Um, and I saw it reverse here, and I thought something's up. So I looked back, and they did it in June with GameStop. They did the same exact thing to GameStop in June. And when we ran up in AMC, GameStop got stunned, and as soon as this happened here, I knew that's what was happening. I went back to the GameStop, I looked at it, then I went back to AMC before the June run up, and they all matched up. And so this is basically GME in June, and this is AMC in March, and it's the same fractal playing out right now. So I went off of AMC's historical self, and I transposed the movements from the March to June, same fractal, and I put it here, and it just so happens to line up with the first pennant prior to all-time highs of AMC. Not only move for move, the number of fractals playing out within the larger pennant fractal, but as well as the time. So when I laid it out, literally it was the same. I posted that when I first, once I noticed we were not going to play out and bust out of this and we were going to head down, and I started posting downside stuff, and I said this is the one in my opinion. It's like it was the same. We're at the same amount of days for it to play out to the end of the pennant now, with it being extended because of the downside move versus the breakout. So that's where I'm at with that. So I see both, bro. Sorry, I talk a lot too. But I see both micro and macro. But what I've tried to do is I can see macro really quick. But I wanted to kind of zero in on it and start seeing a little more micro than macro. Not only to know where we were going to give me some content to not only post and talk about, but it would obviously I can make plays off of that. And the upside plays pay out way more. So at least have for me in the past. Unless you're scalping. So yeah, that's what I've done. That's what I see. Thanks for the questions, brother or sister. I'm not sure which one you. I think you're a dude. Hey, can you hear that music at all? I don't want to get. I'm trying not to get copyright, but I just can't sit here in silence either. Can you hear it at all? And she's doing exactly what I called for too. It looks like, anyways. The first possible bottom support I see is at 34.50. If we hit that, I'm buying. Probably should right now, but I think there's a little more downside. I think if it plays out like its comparative self, We're going to be between 34 and 34.50 will be our new bottom. And then if it wicks down one, we'll wick down one to the 32.59, 32.60. Yeah, man, you're welcome. Um, hmm. But it doesn't necessarily have to do everything that it did before. Like, it's not exact candle for candle, obviously. Pretty damn close though. I thought they'd slam this. I didn't think they were gonna try to walk it down like they're doing right now. Yeah, where's the spine IWM? Okay. And see, I mean everything's red on my watch list right now, except XRP. But uh, 35.40. I mean we're getting there. Let's do that. IX. Let's do 400. I had one more question on top of things. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Or girl. Bro or sis. Go ahead, man. Shoot away. What do I want to do? 400. Ooh. This shit must be delayed. Am I delayed on your end? If are you watching charts at all? I set this up last night, and the best I could get it was like a 4 second delay. I just was curious if it's still that or if it's running slower now that it's not late at night and it's busy now. Man, I got to piss, but I want to buy some shares here and some calls. Look up above my reply. Thanks. Oh, my bad. So what is your feeling on the next run up? February? Also, the major buying by big institutions was at 33. Do you see them allowing it to drop lower than that? My feelings and thoughts on the next run up are on that Twitter post that I was talking about, that when I found this, when we diverted from the old fractal and I found us heading down for downside. I really think there she goes. She's bouncing back a little bit. I have stand by, bro. I had my order set. I thought she was coming down. I was gonna catch her. She still might, but and I can show you here in a minute too. I think that here, let me keep that so. I think that the way it lands for me when I plotted it out, comparing AMC to its historical self with that macro and the micros inside of that, it extended the macro pennant that we've been in, and the end of the pennant fell between January 7th and January 14th. January 14th is literally the point of the pennant landed on. Now January 14th was 80 I forget which one it was, 87, 88. But the last one, the last pennant that we played out before the all-time high run up in June was the micro fractal at the end of that pennant was 88 days, I believe. I might be saying these backwards, but 88, you'll get the point. 88 days from that the beginning of that last fractal till the breakout of the pennant and where the pennant landed at its end. So when I found this and I did that, this pennant, this new one that I found and said, in my opinion, this is the one, landed on January 14th, and that was 87 days. Only because the 88th day would have been a Saturday. The 87th day is the 14th of January, which is a Friday. That's the end of the pennant. Now, whether we break out of the pennant prior to that or not, I don't know. But where I have, then I took the movements, the micro movements that were within its historical pennant, the same one of that last fractal, and I transposed them on this one. Percentage move, well, not percentage move. You can't do percentage move because we're at a different price point. But the I guess how can I explain this? The longitude and latitude of the movements, of the fractal shape movements. Like for instance, if you're talking about an A or a triangle, it has its axis point at the top. So each leg can be at a different angle, which creates a longer axis, or they can be shorter, and so they vary. So when I transpose those shapes exact, it showed us breaking out of the pennant January 7th. So, and I'll show you that here in a minute. I'm anticipating this thing to play out like I have drawn up. And like I said, I posted this on Twitter. I tweeted it out. You can go back and look at it and save it, whatever you want to do. But I can show you. If you're going to hang tight a minute, I'll show you. I have it up. It's in front of us right now. But so in my opinion, the next run up, in my opinion, from what I've charted out and what I think's happening, not financial advice. I think that's so stupid. We got to say that, if we even do have to say that. But I think we'll have a breakout between January 7th and January 14th. And I'll show you that. Well, right here. Here, I can show you that real quick because it's right here. Right here. Oh. Right here would be the breakout. January 7th. And then the run up right here. Right around January 14th. Somewhere in that area. This is the 14th. You can see why I did 7th to 14th. I think it worked out 5th to 18th. But 7 to 14. 14 being the 87th day. 1 day less than what the last fractal where it started the actual run up, not the breakout. So that's my thoughts and feelings on that. Oh, she is going down. Give me 1 second. I'll back up. Hang tight, man. I'll answer the rest of them here in 1 second. All right. And let's see if she comes down and picks me up. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have, that thing came down, it bounced up, it came down, it bounced up, and then it wicked that big one clear up here, rejected, wicked down, broke through down to here, and then we took off. I'm happy if it fills there. If it fills it. I put an order in $35, 400 shares at $35 through IEX, through Fidelity, obviously. We'll see. See if she picks me up. Okay, I want to buy some, but I think I'm going to have time to buy the options because we're going to, if it does this, we're going to trade, unless we get a crazy wicked bounce off 34.50, which in that case I'm fine with. I think 35 is a good entry. Like you said, those institutions bought in at 33, 34, so I think 35 is a good re-entry on I have literally bought from $7 a share was my first purchase, first group. My highest was $62. And in between all this shit, I bought at 45, at 50, at 48, at 37.50 just last week, and I just put that in for 35. So 35 would be what, that put us around 5% for the day negative. And I mean, that candle's all right. Let me go to your next. Sorry, I like to watch and shit. I know I'm keeping you waiting if you have something to do here. Also, the major buying was at 33. Do you see them allowing it to drop lower than that? Okay, so that brings me to this here, this bottom here, and that I plan. Again, I posted on Twitter. You can go back and take a look at that. I posted what I was preparing for as a bottom. And again, this was in comparing itself to itself. So it lines up with those late January options change. Yeah. Yeah, which, yeah. Yeah. What's crazy is so a buddy of mine who I think I told you I talked to, he's in the UK, and we chat, we DM on Twitter and stuff. And he's a trader too, but he's into some options conversations and stuff with some options guys and different things. But once I showed the fractals and the projection, even the options guys were like, "Whoa, wait a minute! Is he an options guy?" No, not really. He's a fractal guy. He's a shape and pattern and cycle and fractal guy. Well, they line, and the option guy are like, damn, this lines up, and literally all of these are lining up with the way it looks right now, and has for literally for months. But anyways, do I think they'll let it drop below? So this is my exact thought right here. I posted this on Twitter too. I tweeted it. And it's in comparison to itself. Man, I want to pull it up. I'm just waiting to see if I get filled here. Yeah, fuck it. I can pull it up. How would I want to do that? Go 4 hour. Here is. Look familiar? Okay. So this was modeled after this. Now I have understand that there are June, July, August, September, October, November, December. I mean, there's 6-7 months worth of confirmed projection prior to this. Minus, well, I projected the downside, but minus where we as a community, and I think everybody for the most part thought we were breaking out of that pennant, and it didn't. Like I said, I noticed it the last minute. It was a Friday afternoon, and then on Mondays when we started the downtrend. But anyways, this is modeled after that. So, I didn't move this. You can see, and you can look, candle. I mean, this thing has almost moved candle for candle. I mean, it's ridiculous. Little different, not completely exact, but pretty damn close. Um, I called for this, I called for this, I called for this, I called for this, and I was calling for this yesterday and this morning. I've been calling for it all the whole time. I've been putting the whole thing up. But here's my bottom. You can see here how it, on today, where we're at right now, this candle brought us down to the bottom. And then it traded the rest of the day. A little bit up and down, choppy but flat on this bottom basically. Until what would be tomorrow morning. It opened. What looks to me is it opened and got flushed, if I'm reading that candle correctly, and it wicked down to there, right, almost to the point of that channel, and then it came back up and it closed basically, where we would potentially close-ish today, and then we start our run up. Well, we start moving up, and then we pull back here. That's where we pull back, and then the next move is up and out of that pennant. So I did the so I measured it. This one here was a measurement. This here was my measuring stick to measure the spread on the bottom. And then what I did here was, well, this here is a support line from its past, and this here was a support line from its past. So again, I did the same thing. I went back, I did the measurement for the bottom spread, and then I went ahead and found the two closest supports. One, the closest to the upside and the closest to the downside, just like this one had, because it hit the closest one to the upside, which I was assuming we would hit today, 34.50, and then tread along this 34.50, and somewhere between here, actually somewhere between 34.50 and 34. I wonder if I should wait or if I should just keep it at 35. I'm going to keep it at 35. So, anywho, that's what it did. It, as you can see, it stayed right in there, bounced up and down, stayed flat until what would be tomorrow morning right here. It opened up and it wicked down almost to this point. Other than that, if it were to completely replicate itself, which... So let me show you this whole thing so you can see it, and I'm not just telling you this. Look at these. Look at this channel. Here, let me get these out of here. I put those in there this morning to show the steps. I was gonna post about them stepping. Here goes my fill, $35. Come on, baby, come get me. Boom, filled. Go ahead and look at this the whole way down this channel. The whole way down compared to these here. Oh fuck, I just did that on. Oh well. Fuck. See, I get busy fucking talking and it's not what I wanted to do. Fuck. But anyways, sorry, man. I did something I didn't want to do. You can see how these fucking things, they're not exact, but these major moves, look here. Boom, 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 and then down. Look at this move. Boom, 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 boom. Same thing, right? Not the exact candles, but the same moves. This one here I figured was gonna be, especially if we're gonna make this the bottom, it had to be. So this to me is a good sign. This to me is that we're making our bottom here. So between that and between the fact, like you said, a lot of these institutions bought in at 30. I mean, I don't know that they, I can't imagine, especially the ones lending. If they're lending, they're not gonna. I don't think, unless they made made some kind of side deal, to compensate for the difference. But thanks for the sub, man. But no, I don't think so. I mean, unless we, and I said this morning, unless we wick down to this, I feel fairly confident that we are literally finding our bottom as we speak right now. I don't know how much further it's going to go down, for sure, but this is what I'm anticipating on the 4 hour. 3472 is what we just touched. So the first line I have is, I got it here on my phone too. 3454, 3450. Mine, I was fully anticipating at least getting this one. I'm hoping that this is the bottom. Obviously, I just bought a shit ton of shares at 35. I just felt like, what would that be? Another, I mean, that'd be like almost another 4% from there to to get us down here, to wick us down here. I mean, it's possible. I mean, they've done crazier shit, but I don't think, bro. I don't think so. We'll see. I don't know though either. These are all just projection and hypotheticals, and just comparing it to its historical self, and its comparative fractal that I found is pretty exact. So, yeah. I hope that answered everything, man. Let me know. Hope I did the best I could for you. Alright, this was... Let me get back up here to the 1 minute. There she be. Alright. And I fucked up. I was talking and I totally made a boo-boo. Damn it, man. It's not what I wanted to do, but whatever. Okay, so... What did I say? 47.15. Man, I hit that nail on the head. Okay. Let's buy a contract or two. What do I got? What did I just say? 4,700. She's going, man, to that 34.50. options. February 60. You're welcome. You're welcome. I hope that helped in some way, shape, or form for you. February. February 18th. Or no, February 18th. There's some options. Some calls, baby. If that's not, I don't know what it is. Apes not leaving. To Moaz. So my contract's filled. Yep, my contract's filled. Cool. I added today. I added. And I got this. And I got this. 400 shares at 35. I could have. And what did I buy those contracts for? 320. February 6th. Alright, 18. 6. At 3:20. Alright. Well, the only thing I didn't do is play my scalps this morning like I was gonna do. Ooh, she just broke through the 34.50, so if this is spot on, our bottom will be $34-ish. 34.10, 34.11. Damn, man. I should have waited. Where do you think the bottom is? Oh, we're close to it right now. I just went over all this about 5 minutes ago. This right here I have mapped out in comparison to its historical self from the March to June run-up, which June run-up in comparison is right here. So this is what I'm seeing as compared to its historical self. The bottom was very similar to this, measured out. We're hitting it right now. That 34.16 hit it. I can show you here in a minute if you're going to hang around for a little bit. I just went over all of it and pulled up its historical self chart. But anyways, it was just like this, and what it did was this was the closest support to the bottom, to the upside, and then there was a downside where it had wicked down one candle and touched, and this was the closest support to the bottom side. What it did in its previous fractal that I'm comparing this to, and that I feel is the same fractal playing out, is it broke through the support line and it made bottom right here. And in comparison right now, it would be around the 34.10 mark area. And then it played around here the rest of the day. I mean, we got a bounce, and then we come back down and touched, and we get another bounce heading into tomorrow. And then what it did in the previous one was, I believe it was the opening candle. If not, it was the 130. This is a 4-hour chart. It was either the opening or the 130 candle. But it opened up and it flushed, and I believe it was the opening candle, and it flushed down and it wicked down to just almost to the point of this down channel. And if it does that again and does exactly as it did before, which it has a tendency to, but it's not required to, but if it does, we'd be looking at a wick, or even if it runs a whole body down to around $33. And then as soon as it hit that wick down on the last one, it blew right back up. It closed almost in this area. And then the next day, from that day on, we started our uptrend here. A little bit of sideways pullback, another up run, pullback for the nice big move that we're going to break out of the pennant. So if it does the same thing, I mean, realistically, the the real bottom and the true bottom, for me, is what I call them. The real bottom would be the wick down. If it does that, I'm anticipating a real bottom of around $33, maybe even just a tad under 33, like 32.75. Um, that's the real, what I consider the real bottom, because in actuality it touched that the last time. And then I call that the real bottom, and then the true bottom is where it actually builds out a base, and where it did that was on this line, and if it does that here, it's going to be doing it around the 3410. Yes, around the 3410 area, right where we're at right now, between 3410 and 3454. Hope that helps. Here, are you still in here? It doesn't show. I don't think I have any viewers. Hey, leave some likes, you guys. Crystal, if you're still in here, leave some likes on the stream. I'm trying to get my stream up and running here. Try to help some people out and show some people what I'm doing. I'm just a real dude, man. I'm just like the rest of us. I was quiet for a long time, man. And then, to be honest with you, I got tired of all the influencers. And then I was like, all right, cool, here, I'll show you this other bottom. I'll show you this. Yeah, I got tired of all the influencers and shit. And then I blocked them all out. I stopped watching all of them. And that's when my trading got good. That's when I started making money and blocking the noise out and getting serious. But anyways, now I'm going to want to do it. Now I'm trying to be an influencer. I don't want to be an influencer. I just want to be a repository for people like myself to come to and know that you're with somebody like yourself. I don't want money. I don't want super chats. I don't want none of that. Just give me your likes and like the thing and follow me and all that, and let YouTube pay me. That's, if I can get it to something like that, that would be awesome. All right, do you think just doing some work while listening. All right, cool, 10-4. Do you think the bull pennant is still intact? Yeah, it is. I'll show you here. All right, well, I'm in. I'm sitting here like wanting to watch. I mean, I'm watching price action because I called this. I've been calling this bottom for 2 weeks. Since I saw they diverted the previous microfractal inside of the pennant, and we didn't break out. When I knew we weren't breaking out of that pennant and we were turning towards the downside, I found this new fractal that matched up perfectly, and it's been playing out perfectly, like almost candle for candle. But I bought in a little early. I'm a little conservative. There's something about the psychology for me of, like, I was waiting for this bottom to buy more shares, and I was waiting for this bottom to buy some call contracts. Let me get through this, and then I'll show you the pennant stuff, bro. Or sis. I don't know which one you are. But for me, even though, like, right now I'm looking, I'm down. I'm down like almost $600, and I just bought in at $35. I bought, but I bought a little early. As soon as I saw as soon as I saw it right here, I thought, as soon as I saw that little glimpse of green candle, I thought maybe we would shorten the bottom right here. It would get shortened, but and I bought in. I should have waited, to be honest, but here's my theory. And for me, emotionally, I've noticed that if I get in early here, let's say this actually is end up being our bottom. If I buy here, and I'm waiting for this, but if I buy here early and then it does this, and let's just say it makes a George W even, and then it goes, I feel better about buying here and watching it do this than I do emotionally if I watch it and I wait and be over patient, and it comes down here and it does what it's doing right now, and it gets and because it's done this, it'll come down and it doesn't give you time. It gets one hard bounce and you're like, all right, well, wait a minute. It's in this, and you probably have a line here from here to here. It's in this downtrend. As soon as it breaks that, well, shit, by the time it breaks that, you're back up here. So you feel like you missed. Whereas if I'm here, I don't feel like I missed. I just feel like I was a little early. And as long as we get a nice hard rip like this, a bounce like this off of it, then I feel better about it emotionally. Anyways, that's just me. Let me, give me 1 second here. 34.20. Doubled up. Yes, doubled up. 34.20. My man. He's trading, yeah, my brother. I got 1.5x. All right, dude. Sorry, man. This is a buddy of mine who I met him on Twitter, but we've become buddies. He we message, we talk and shit. Okay. All right. Let's show you this bottom and the bullpen. Okay, this is, so I want to take this back to, let's go 4 hour. Alright, here is the pennant, right? Let me shrink her down here. Is this the final dip before the rip? What do you see playing out? I just told you what I saw playing out for the bottom. And I'll show you the comparative here in a second. Here's the pennant projection. This is where we should have, and where everybody was anticipating us coming out of the pennant, making this move, this move, this move, this move, and then the run up out here. However, they diverted us right here. As soon as I saw diversion, I called for downside. Here we are, $10 further down than where we were when I noticed it. 44 to 34. 34 or 44.50 to 34.50. I transposed the exact movement from what I'm about to show you here. That's what it looks like playing out. And this is where I got it. So if you go back here, it also lines up with GameStop. GameStop in June got stunted. Its volume got stunted. And when we had this rip to all-time highs on AMC, GameStop was held back. And what it did is it went into its repeating algo, which is what I've found and laid out here. But it's happened on both, and that's what just happened to us on AMC. And so anyway, here I want to show you. This is the pennant that I transposed those movements from. Because this fractal right here, starting right here, ending, and then beginning again for the next one right here, which is what it did back here, and I believe that's what we're about to do. We're right here right now. And if you look, and if you can imagine, or if you have your chart in front of you, well, here, fuck it, I'll show you. I'll show you the right way. There. Can you see it? This is why I laid this out the way I did. Because I called for this candle and everything, man. What I was anticipating was it doing this, and then it doing from here to here. Cool, you can see it. Building its bottom out. If it wicks down like this candle, we could see downside down to 33 or just under $33, I think. If that happens. Doesn't have to happen, don't know if it will. But I mean, this shit has followed it. I've been calling this shit out for months, man. Like move by move by move by move for months. Follow me. If you're not following me on Twitter, follow me. I put shit out constantly. I put my charts out constantly. Like this page, like this stream for me, and subscribe for me while you're in here. That's your thank you to me for going over all this stuff. This is what I'm anticipating. I put a post on Twitter as well. You can check it out on there where this here will be all empty. Where I was calling and saying this is what I'm anticipating for a bottom. So we'll see how it plays out. So far, so good. So far, so good. It looks like it's still tracking just like this. And if that's the case, I think from now, I think we're getting this pop back up when we open up the 130 candle. We'll get a little, we'll come back down and back up and then back down. And then the first thing tomorrow morning, pre-market, we'll get a little bit of a bounce here on this candle here. And you can see I've been following this, and I've been posting this daily where I just keep moving the arrow from candle to candle, and it's literally almost, like I said, it's almost candle for candle. It's not exact, but the movements are the same. The candle for candles a little, it varies, but the movements are the same. So, anywho, that's what I'm anticipating, man. That's what I'm hoping for. I just put a whole bunch more money into AMC just now, just before you asked me those questions. I just bought another 400 shares and a bunch of February calls. By the way, just because I don't know if you were in here when I said it, none of this is financial advice. I know this is stupid, it's like redundant and everybody says it, and I don't even know if I have to say it or if I do have to say it, but just in case I do, this is what I'm doing, this is how I'm trading, This is how I've been doing it and been trading. And like I said earlier, I started getting tired of all the fighting and all the influencers and all the just noise, man. So I went off on my own and good deal. Good deal. That's a good chunk. I don't have quite that many. I don't have quite that many right now. I think that that 400 I just bought this morning, I don't know. I think that maybe put me around 35. Yeah, 35 I think. But full disclosure, I have GameStop too, by the way. So, speaking of which, maybe I should buy some more of those. I need that to go back down to. I'm gonna have to check out GameStop here too. You got a nice chunk though, bro. That'll work. Are you diamond handing or are you swinging or what are you doing? How long you been in? All right. What do I got left? Where's my music? How about some Led Zeppelin? What do I got? Three grand. Since about 8, but scalped a few times. Yeah, 10-4. Um, that's about when I got in. I think my first. That was my average for a while. My average was like 850 for a while. It's not anymore. Shit. I bought my first buy was $7 on the dot, and then um, I bought clear up to 62, trying to help us push over. Sorry, I hit that mic. I didn't mean to do that. If that busted your ears out or anything. I gotta run, bud, but I'll be back. I followed you on Twitter and subscribe. Thank you, brother. Have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping in. I hope the answers helped you out. How do I pin a? I'll just tell you. Appreciate everyone that stopped by. Is anybody in here right now, or is it just me? Just thinking about grabbing a quick bite here. Say what's up if you're in here. Let me know you're here. Alright, let's go back to Z 1 minute. Hey, brother, what's happening? Is it delayed that much, dude? Can you tell if it's delayed at all, like by the charts? If I tell you like what price AMC is right now, and then you can tell me like how delayed it is? I feel like it's delayed a whole bunch for some reason. It's driving me nuts. I don't want people like asking questions and then waiting for 5 minutes. Yes, they are the GOAT, man, for sure. For sure, for sure. Okay. You like my last expecting. Great call. Nice bounce here, and from what you show, another new low coming tomorrow. Potentially, if it mirrors itself. Potentially. Like, people take it so literal sometimes, like projections. They're projections, you know what I mean? Like, this dude just commented on my Twitter and said, "Great call, nice bounce. From here and what you show, another new low coming tomorrow." Yeah, it is what I show with the mirrored. If it mirrors itself exactly. Were you on the whole time, Bruce? I had some CCR playing a little bit ago. They're one of my favorites too, man. Young, okay. Nailed it, brother. Outstanding. I can stop sweating for a while now. Thank you, brother. That's my ass out. Thank you, brother. Oh, good. Looking good. I hope for you. Oh. Ah, shit. I hit the wrong button. So that means you can hear the music. Probably gonna get. Yeah, I was in a meeting though, so I heard the time. Yeah, 10-4. I'm probably gonna get copyright, but whatever. I don't give a I don't give it a good. All right. I need to take a look at GameStop. Let me go back here. Actually, hang tight, brother. I'll be right back. When I come back, I'm gonna go grab some Tylenol and another bottle of water. Here, I'll give this a little volume for you. If you can already hear it, it's not gonna matter. I'm already gonna be copywritten. There. I hope that's not too loud. Me 3 minutes. I'll be right back. doing clipping for my paycheck. Oh, nice. Good deal. Hang tight, dude. I ran out of water. I gotta run out to the garage real quick. Again, like 2 minutes. Grab some water and make a quick cappuccino, I think. Yeah. One of my favorites. Ugh. Fucking commercials. Fucking commercials. Man, if she holds up right here and makes like this weird ass looking George W, big old W, that'd be cool. And what's a 4-hour? Yeah, I mean, realistically, we're just gonna be treading around here if it keeps doing what I think she's gonna do. But my gosh, if she does, what a call. Not to toot my own horn, you know, but toot toot. Pretty spot on call, really. I'm proud of this one because really I'm not being trying to be too, you know, whatever, but a lot of people were calling for upside like 2 weeks ago, and my dude on Twitter from the UK that I talk with, man, I remember saying to him, like, and he was like, nah, man, we're good. You know, we should be good. It's going up, dude. I talked to the options guys, and it's going up. And I'm like, man, I just got this feeling in my gut. Something happened, and I'm not, like, I know it's crazy to sound, but I've watched this thing so much that, like, I know how it moves. And when it starts moving in ways that are different from what it has done, I can feel it. Like I can see it and I can feel it and I know it. So yeah, I feel good about this one, man. I'm proud of myself for trusting myself and trusting my gut and going with my instincts and what I was seeing and feeling, and it's playing out and it's gonna pay out. So makes me happy, 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 happy days. Go sub to my YouTube, bro. What do you do for work, Bruce? Like for your day job? I'm assuming that's what you mean when you say you're working, unless you're actually like you trade. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at. Ooh, she fell through the 34. Wow. Okay. Just hurt my feelings a little bit. I was a little impatient waiting for the bottom, but so what? Cyber compliance. Oh wow. I have a man. What's the company Nate works for? Um, I got one of my best friends from high school, all my life, really. Uh, he was in the Air Force for like 22 or 23 years. Uh, but he's a big wig at a cybersecurity place in South Carolina, and that's what he does. Can't stand it. I'm sorry, man. That sucks, bro. Listen. I've been there, man. I There goes GameStop. I want to get back in on some more GameStop action too. I think. Um, no, I've been there. No, I hated work and for a lot of my life, really. I have a long story. It's not worth getting into, but yet, anyways. Uh, I'm sure at some point I will, but yeah, man, that's a terrible feeling when you hate getting up and going to your job. Terrible feeling, bro. I hope, man, literally with all my heart, man. I hope uh, for everybody. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do too, man. My circumstances, I didn't, mine were a little different. I didn't just like have the ability to quit or anything, nor would I have, like, if I had a job. But real quick, I mean, I got sick. I got cancer. Is what happened. I got diagnosed with melanoma, two forms of melanoma last May, and it briefly took me out of work. Well, I say briefly. For about a year and a half, I was sick, and nobody could figure out what was wrong with me. And then they finally did, and that's what it ended up being. And but anyways, yeah, I've had two surgeries since. Um, it ended up metastasizing and going into my spine. And in December of last year, I had surgery on my spine. They removed a portion of it. It was between my spinal column and my spinal cord. Um, Dan put me in touch with him. I'd leave PA to go back. Oh shit, dude! I'm from PA. I'm sitting in PA right now. I can do that, man. For real, for real. If you are you on Twitter, man? If you're on Twitter, DM me your info, and I'll 100, no questions asked. I'll forward it to him and send him a message and let him know. Tell me a little bit about what you do and stuff and what you're looking for, and that way I don't have to like speak for you because I don't know you, but I can at least say that I've had some conversations with you and online and shit, and then I'll send it. I'll 100% I'll forward it for you. It could always be worse. I can be carrying shingles up the ladder. Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. No doubt about it, bro. But yeah, so I've been out of work because of that. I was on bed rest. Had that spinal surgery in December. Was on bed rest until June of this year. So after the surgery in December, I took up trading in crypto first. I started learning, reading, studying, downloading everything, trying to figure everything out, and um, I've done well. There he is. I've done well this year for myself, considering, but that's kind of how I got here, and now, like I said, I wasn't even gonna do this streaming thing, but I sit here and trade every day, and I thought, you know what, dude, like, I'm a personable person, you know what I mean? Like, I think I have a pretty cool brand with the Extreme Gains brand that I could morph into this because I used it for another business in the past, and so I thought, and if I can create another stream of cash flow, and what's cool about it to me, no shit, yeah, I'll reach out via Twitter. Definitely do that, bro. Send me, like, write me up something, like what you do, what you're looking for, your name and shit, and I'll send it to him. And just so you know, bro, your info stay with me. What I was gonna tell you that too. Prior to all the surgery, I was a cop for years. I was a sergeant in a police department for many years, and that's what so I would never dox you or do anything crazy. Like, I got you, man. For real, for real. I'm good people, and I got you. So, if that's a concern of yours, I hope that eases your mind a little bit. But yeah, that's it, man. That's how I got here. I just decided I got to come up with something, and I stopped. Yeah, yes. So did I, bro. So did I. So did I, man. Good days are good days, bro. I mean, any day that I'm here now is a good day. Like, everything has been flipped, turned upside down. Like, perspective in a way and through eyes that I never in a million years thought. And I'm only 42, man, and I got diagnosed at 40, and the last 2 years have been absolute hell uh, to get through, but I'm here, and I'm mobile again. To be honest, bro, this is the best I've. Please don't feel sorry. This is I don't say it for pity or none. This is the best I have felt in 2 years, and I'm having a I'm having a good go at this trading, and I'm getting good at it, and then like this whole fractal thing started happening for me. I started seeing this shit, and I'm seeing it not just with AMC and GameStop, which their algorithms is what they are. And I look at these charts like an EKG, and I see patterns, and I compare them, and when I find the patterns, I watch them and they play out. So I did that for months, and then I finally started being vocal about it a little bit. And here I am. But anyways, I thought about the YouTube shit, man. I thought what's cool about YouTube is if I can get enough subscriptions and enough people to check in, like videos, view them, on the daily, that pays me. Like this whole ape community and AMC and meme stocks mania and all this shit that's been going on. I have not sent one person $1, not one, and I won't. I won't. I won't. I won't. And I don't want anyone to send me $1. Like, what I would like to see happen is for people like yourself, some of the other guys that have stopped in today, for them to, for people like you guys to see that I'm one of you, and I'm not trying to be famous, and when these stocks like do their thing, like I already have a backup plan. I trade options. I'm gonna do call outs for option scalps. I do that daily for myself, which has really been my bread and butter the last like 6 months. But yeah, and then like these algorithms, and that's what I was gonna tell you. There's like several algorithms that I've picked up on that, and I know, and I forget what he said. I talked to a guy that used to trade, and he was telling me how many actual algorithms that they use in these HFTs to process, in their processing of orders, buys and sells. But I've caught on to a few of them, and I have them mapped out, and all I have to do is find the stock and apply the algorithm, and then you trade options on it, and you make a fucking killing, dude. It's unreal. What county in PA are you in? Chester here. Glad you're doing better and doing well trading. That's all an awesome comeback story. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. I am in Jefferson County. I am out. I'm northwest, PA, and I am northeast of Pittsburgh. 2 hours. I'm directly between Pittsburgh and Erie. And my daughter and my ex-wife live in Westchester. They're out there by you. They've been out there for, she's 16. They've been out there almost 10 years now. So I've been out there a few times visiting and hanging out. It's nice out there. Busy, but nice. Nice areas. Like King of Prussia. Some of Chester County's nice. Like Westchester was nice the few times I was there. Come on, Amy, turn around, baby. I'd love to just see a violent ass bounce now. I like seeing my projection play out like perfectly, but I'm ready to see this thing start ripping, man. My gosh, we've had downside out. It feels like, anyways. I know we've had like one good upside, but we've had a ton of downside lately. Ton. I mean, we're down fucking 8.5% today. Jesus lovers. $37 to $33.75. $3.25. My lord. If I wasn't doing this streaming today, this was the first day I wanted to do it because I put some projection out yesterday and it got a lot of traffic. And I just got my whole rig. I just got my new computer and everything. And but had I not, I would have probably bought a put this morning, banking on that big ass red candle. And I know most people, oh yeah, buy put. Fuck that. I'm making money, man. I'm here to make money. I diamond hand shares. I have shares that I diamond hand. My bad, Spelling County. Yeah, okay, that's cool. PA, still PA. Yeah, it is, man. It's a big state, though, bro. My ex doesn't live in the same state as me, thank God. Yeah, it's busy out there. It really is. I lived here, and then I lived in Orlando, Florida. So most of my adult life, I lived in Orlando. And I just moved when I got sick 2 years ago. I was down in Orlando. I've been down there. I think almost 17 years. I was in Florida, in Orlando, really. The suburbs. But yeah, it was busy down there too. I like it where I'm at. It's slow here, man. That was my whole thing too when I got sick, bro. I needed to. I wanted to come home because I know doctors here. Like personally, I literally went to school with some of them. But sorry if that music was too loud, man. My bad. But here it's slow and quiet, and I needed that, and I'm glad, But yeah, at least PA is big enough, dude, that she's out there and I'm out here. You know what I mean? I don't have to see her unless I want to go, see my daughter or something. I don't have to deal with anything, but it is what it is, man. But I feel you. I feel you on that for sure. See, where's the music? There it is. It's just low, low, low. Alright, come on, baby. Turn around. Turn around. Oh, I hate the commercials. Oh, she's dipping down even further, man. Wowzers. Alright, Amy. We need a bounce here shortly. You weren't even supposed to break right now, but my lord. I'm looking for, I think, with it heading down this much further, I think, I'm hoping anyways, we should get a really good rip bounce here. Wherever it starts to bounce, I think when it does, it's gonna, I hope anyways, because she's down a lot lower than I didn't think she was gonna candle body the whole way down here. I thought she was just gonna wick down tomorrow. So unless we get a bounce here soon, 33.15. Throwing shit. Don't do that. Wow, 10%, bro. Phew. $33. 32.50 is the next stop here, man. Fuck, man. 32.50, 32.60. She has literally just fell through that support, bro. She got caught up at where I called that $34. She got caught up at that 34.10, like right on 34.10. I mean, I had this shit. Perfect. I was impatient for sure, for sure, for sure. Now that I see this, holy shit. And I know better than that. My lord, I was impatient. I fully thought we were getting a bounce at 34 today. Damn, 32. Come on. Yeah, it's the SPY dumped 1.8%. IWM dumped 2.75%. Everything's red. Was there news? Was there more news about something today? Anything? I jump in early a lot too. Yeah, this sucks. Sent this at 12:08. Okay, it's 12:08. I got it. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. So it's not as delayed. The messages aren't delayed. Good deal. That makes me feel better. This shit makes me want to buy more. That's what it does. It makes me want to just buy more. Just to. I'm getting crushed on what I bought today at 35. I think Powell speaks to Congress, or was that yesterday? I don't know. Let me, that was yesterday, 11:29. Oh, my P&L looks terrible. Can't believe IWM's down 3%. SPY's down almost 2% again. Read that. It was 12:10. Okay, so it's a. I'm getting them. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Oh, it was today. Oh, okay. What I looked up said 11:29. So I'm getting the chats directly on time, and then I'm on a 2-minute delay back to you. 10-4. I appreciate that, man. I was wondering. I fought with this. The Streamlabs dude is like, what's your feelings now? I was just talking to Bruce about it. I'm a little surprised that she's down where she's at right now. I mean, I anticipated us being in this area, but not today. I didn't think she was gonna dump 11% today. Like, I know this sounds like a cliche thing to say, but had the markets even been flat today, I think maybe one or two of those supports would have held. Well, either the 34.50 or the 34 would have held, and by the looks of it, I think the 34 would have held. You can see right here, it did. You know, the 34.50 barely didn't do anything, and then the 34 stopped it up. But nonetheless, man, I mean, I'm a little surprised. We were just talking. I went in early today. I did because I wasn't anticipating us I was anticipating $33 or $32.50 is that bottom blue line. If you look at the bottom chart here, that's 30. Yeah, right. Yeah, 32.60. I didn't think if we touched that, it was just gonna be a wick down, and I thought it was gonna be tomorrow at open. But that would have been playing, like I said, a complete mirroring of itself. But yeah, I'm a little. I mean, yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I'm shocked a little bit, but I'm not either. I mean, the only reason I'm shocked is because I entered with my purchases today for my calls and added shares at 35 because I felt like the bottom today was going to be 34. Um, just like the previous chart that I showed, the bottom of when we were in March, April. But yeah, I think we're gonna get a hell of a bounce. That's what I was just sitting here thinking before you commented that. I was just sitting here thinking about grabbing a few more because the contracts that I just bought. I'm eating shit on right now, to be honest. A little bit, not a lot, a little bit, but um, I was thinking about maybe buying a couple more because I know we're gonna get a hell of a nice bounce here. I fully expect us to get back up above 34 and be trading between like, yeah, 33.50 and 34.50, building that bottom out right here. I thought it was going to be up here above 34, between like 34 and 35.50, but yeah, everything's over exaggerated, man. It always is. I've noticed that a lot with AMC. Uh, if you look at like the same algorithm and the same fractals on different stocks that produce the same fractal, the overreaction and the overextension of moves on AMC is like almost a guarantee every time. Almost every time. Um, yeah, I probably should have grabbed some more. We'll see if George W is here. If it does, I'll jump in. I might grab some more contracts and scalp them real quick. It may just rip. It may just bounce and rip back up. So what do I got? Let me do some math here. I think I'm gonna buy some more GameStop. So what are your feelings on it, other than wow? I mean, listen, unless you thought something different than what I was thinking, I mean, we knew we were gonna potentially go this low. We just didn't really think it was gonna be like right now and all at once today. I mean, we knew we were looking at like $34, $35 low today, but that's where I'm dumbfounded at is like, wow, it went all the way to the bottom support, like all in one 4 hour candle. Think tomorrow sucks down, or today we did enough damage. My initial reaction is I think we're done. I mean, could we come back down here tomorrow? Yeah, but I honest to God, I think the 3250, 3275 area is as low as we go. If we break that, uh, I think the next stop's like 28. I would be very, 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 very surprised and dumbfounded if we break that. Yeah, see, I should have grabbed a couple contracts and scalped them for this bounce right here. It's hard to do. I'm not used to doing all this. I mean, I'm glad you guys are hanging out, man. You like made this a lot better for me rather than sitting here by myself all day. So I appreciate that a lot, and appreciate you stopping, and I appreciate you hanging out, man, big time. Um, but it's gonna take some getting used to for myself to do this and trade simultaneously. But that's what I want to do, man. Because I typically I normally watch like three to four. I had three on for this morning, and I do scalp options every morning at open, if they trigger. I don't chase shit, but I'd like to be able to do that. You know what I mean? And just trade and swing different things and yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm not, but I need to get used to it for sure. It's more. I got more going on. But I think we're done, bro. I don't think we're gonna go any lower than that. Let me rephrase that. I don't think we're gonna go any lower. I'd be shocked if we did. Like the way you're feeling right now, the dumbfounded word and shocked, that's how I would be if we break 3250. Looks like 3275 is our support right now. I mean, I had it marked at 3250, but we'll see. Would this be the spring in Wyckoff? Well, I don't know. Let me think. I think that's the, hold on a minute. I forget what they call it. It's either the LP or the SOS. I can't remember what the fuck they call it. Where's that? Comment. Hold on, bro. I'll give you an answer here in a second. I'm looking up what the terminology is. I don't. Okay, right here. Let's see. Okay, so I think this is, so obviously we're here. So I think this is the accumulation before the SOS, which would be this. Then this would be the pullback, the LPS. Yeah, the LPS here, and then, or the pullback LPS right there. And then this would be where it would fire off. So, would you ask me, would this be the spring? I mean, you could call it that. It's more of a spring here than it is here. This is more like, this is all like accumulation here still. And then you have the SOS, and then the pullback, and then back up. Am I saying that right? I think you follow that more than I do. Is that, did I say all that in the right order? Yeah, I just missed where I wanted to enter on GameStop. Oh, sorry guys, I touched the mic, my bad. Fizzing out, spreads are closed. Big buy at 32.87, yeah, 10 for. Yeah, okay. No, that's what I think. I think I was on with it. It's that LPS and then the pullback, or the pullback and then the LPS or whatever. But so here, I'll share this with you guys since you've been in here with me all day. Like, I talked to some traders, and they're reading the tape, and they said it's the selling's fizzling out, spreads were just closed, big buy came in at 32.87. We have a bottom. So, hopefully they're right. Which I think we can kind of see that on with the bounce we're getting. This is the bounce I was talking about. I missed it. I wanted to buy a couple contracts and make up for some of the loss, and I wanted to get in GameStop here, and I didn't. I could still get in GameStop. Fuck it. Alright. And grab some more GameStop. I grabbed 6 more of those too. I'm trying to help. I'm running out of money to spend. I got everything tied up almost. Got a tiny bit to play some options with the rest of the week. We got a nice bounce though, guys. We got a real nice bounce. Yeah, Bruce, I don't know if it's Intel or not. I mean, they're like us, but they're you know, they're pros. I know at least the one guy is. He's a pro. The other guy seems to know his shit as well, but the one's a pro trader. I know that for certain. He's a pro options guy, and you know, he gets to read the tape and shit. So it's public information. So, but that's what he said. But no worries, man. So I said that's what I'm trying to do, brother. Like literally, that's the absolute example of what I was talking about, man. Like we're all the same. I'm one of y'all, man. I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't want to badmouth nobody, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just one of y'all, man. Trying to learn this shit and change my life and make a living and buy myself freedom. That's what I'm trying to do. Buy myself air to breathe and freedom. Yeah, fizzing out, spreads were just closed. I'm reading the tape. Big buy at 32.87. We've got a bottom. Wish I'd have known that. Should have known that before I bought at 35. If you guys are watching this, I'm going to pull up. Bear with me a second. I'm going to pull up. Fuck was I going to do? Oh. Yeah, fuck, man. I should have bought some calls. That sucks. I missed that off the bottom like that. Would have liked to see more volume on that engulfing candle on the 15. If I'm wrong on that, let me know. Agreed. We're all trying to pay our bills. Yes, Freedom 100. Yeah, bro. On the 15. No, you're right. You're right. Hey, Subi. What's happening? Yeah, you're right, Bruce. I mean, it would have been nice to see the volume engulf as well. but I think some of it got eaten up in the candle before, which is why it wicked. So technically, I know visually it's not the same, but technically I think it's the same. It's the same outcome. It's the strong bounce that we were wanting. So, but you're right, 100%. I mean, you always want to see them both engulf like that if you can. I mean, here, for instance, go back on the 15. If you're looking at my stream, look at this one. It engulfed. Look at that. But what happened was the volume missing. Do you follow Wyckoff, or do you have other methods of trading? I'm not big into Wyckoff. I mean, I have used it. I use it primarily for crypto. I'm a fractal. I trade off of my fractal projections. That's what I've been using for about 6-7 months now. Like I've told everybody that's come in, some of the guys that already follow me on Twitter and stuff, I don't know if you do. You can go back through. I've been spot on for quite a while now with calling this shit out. They've been dead on, really. But that's typically what I use. I don't go deep into Wyckoff. I have used Wyckoff in the past for my Twitter, or for my crypto trades. But I have an understanding of it, so it's something that we can discuss and talk about in here and use for sure. Oh, cool. Thank you for the follow. Sub to the YouTube while you're here, and give the stream a like. I'd appreciate it. Any other questions you got? I'm here. Ask away. Yeah, Bruce, here, getting back to that, what I was saying, bro, was if you see here, the missing volume here was in this candle, which is why it wicked up. And it literally, thank you, right on, okay, I didn't think of that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, all right, see how they flip-flop? So, for me, I would have used this as an indicator, because what you're seeing is selling pressure get flipped into buying pressure, right? You have an engulfing volume, but not an engulfing candle. You have it wick up, and you have missing volume here with a deeper body. And then you have damn near the complete opposite here. You have more volume here, but you have it wicked up at the last minute, which means it was buying volume, so that should have actually transferred to this candle here, which is why then you have an engulfing body with damn near no wick. Does that make sense? I think that would have been the signal for reversal. When you see it like that, and then you see it flip-flop, you see the transfer of volume like that. This would have scared me if it wouldn't have, if you were waiting to buy in. I'm trying to think, like, if I was waiting for that to be my bottom to buy in and using the 15 to do it. I think where I would have bought would have been right here. As soon as that body engulfed the other body was where the buy would be. Thanks for the subby. And hey, no worries. Ask away. Anyways, I hope that makes sense, Bruce. That's kind of how I read that. Alright, what was I doing? Oh, I wanted to look at this. Man, look at that. Every time I look at it, I'm like, holy shit, dude. It's just. Is this the bottom? My calls are burning for January 145. Yeah, I think what we just wicked down to is our bottom. I don't know if we're going to revisit it or not in the next 2 days. If you look at the stream right now, I have them both up on the 4 hour. This was my projection and has been for a while now. Uh, this was the chart in April. I keep saying March. It's in April. This is the candle we're on. And I have them here. Let me. There you go. Okay, cool, Bruce. No problem, bro. Um, there. You can see this candle here was what I was anticipating giving us a bottom. Like I was saying earlier, I have a real bottom and a true bottom. That's what I call them. So the real bottom is what we actually, if you get a wick or even a body down to, but the rest of them, the real bottom is where it actually builds out a base for me. And that's why I marked these out on this one. So what I did was I transposed the movements from this fractal to our current one, which is where we're playing out. So my anticipation was to not get a wick down here until possibly tomorrow, only if it mirrored this completely. I'd be lying if I said this 11% dump today didn't surprise me. I mean, I fully anticipated hitting the $34 today. That's where, if you look here and we're doing comparisons within this fractal, that's what I thought it was going to do. And build out the bottom there. And I thought potentially tomorrow at open, we could get a right here. If we built out right here, we could get a dump down here. Yeah, I believe we're in April. My theory, yes. Short answer, yes. In my theory, my thought process, and what I've lined up here. Let me show you guys this. This is pretty cool too. Oh, what the fuck is that? Let me show you this. This will trip you out a little bit. Come here. Gosh damn it. There. Close enough. Look at that. That's the fractal. This is the end of the fractal and the beginning of each fractal. And what it does, see this shape and the pennant within it, is it gets to here and then it repeats itself. And it makes this shape again. Now watch this shit. Okay, January run up. Right, now it's in here. I can show you. Fuck. See it here? It's in here. It's just really tight. It was full of volume and tight. But it's in here. So there it is. You break down through all three supports. One leads us to our next high from the first bottom. One leads us to our next high before the next fractal. Right? Then here we go again. Same shape within a pennant. It breaks down. Let me stretch this out so you can see it better. It breaks down, goes through all three supports. Right? Second support shows us the first high from the bottom, from the new bottom. This is off a little bit, but the third one shows us the next high before the next fractal. And then here we are, the end of it, the high of the next fractal, and then we had the run up in June. Now check this out. This split screen's really hard to operate to show. I have a second screen here, but I can't show you both of them simultaneously. Look at this shit. Run up in June till now, which is right here, and what I fully think is going to play out until January. Let me pull it down a little bit. Look at this shit. Run up in January. Till June. And right here is why everybody was saying, let me pull this over. Ah, prick. Right here's, right there is where everybody was saying this was going to happen. Remember, we had the pennant drawn down right here, and it came down into here, and we had our bottom support line right here where this white one is, and it ended here just like this. And everybody was anticipating, where are we at? Down. Yeah, right here. But what they did was they stuffed us right here, and they hit repeat, and all it did was bring us back around to here. And when you line these boogers up, I hate this split screen shit. Anywho, all I'm showing you is it's the same here. Triangle, 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 triangle. This could be drawn a little better. It could be, you know, just like this. Next fractal, and then what's funny is when you move this and you expand this to show you this in its entirety, It like literally, it's just repeat. It's peat and repeat. I mean, it's literally almost unbelievable. Like the here, that gives you a better. On the 1 minute or down here or on like on the 4 hour crystal. Whoa, did my stream just did it just like buffer or something? Something was just on my screen and I didn't see what it was. What time frame are you asking, Crystal? On the W. Subi, did that all make it visual for you? That was just a quick rundown. Sorry it wasn't like in depth. I'll give us some in depth videos and stuff. Like I said, I'm just getting started here, but I fully intend on, doing a little more. But that's kind of the crash course in it, to just show you how this one fractal is just on repeat, on repeat, on repeat, on repeat, on a micro scale within this macro fractal of a pennant that just it plays out, it makes its fractal shapes, and then it starts over. I track on Robinhood. I don't have an account, but track due to easiness of it. Yeah, no, that's fine. What time frame? You asked about, you mean like right here on the 4 hour? Are we gonna make a W here? Or are you mean on this whole thing here? Or are you on like 1 minute or something else? Subi, so do you trade all stocks? No problem, Poke. So do you trade all stocks this way, or is AMC your first rodeo? No, so the stocks I do trade, I trade based off of algorithmic fractal identification. So there are, I don't know the exact number, but okay, 1 minute. Thanks, Subi. I'll pull up here. Let me pull up 1 minute while I'm talking. I haven't identified how many there are, and it's in their entirety, but there's a ton of different pre-programmed algorithms that these high-frequency trading computers trade off of. And that's just how they do it. There's no other way to do it. They're coded, and they trade off of algos. And those algos, the best I can explain it is, I look at these like an EKG printout of your heart. That's how I see the stock chart of any stock. And what I've been able to identify, for whatever reason, these things jump off the page at me, and I just see them. Yeah, I'm on 1 day. I'm sure 1 minute or less. I mean, we could. It did reject off of the 34. It was a false breakout of 34. It's acting like resistance now. and it was minor support there for us. So it looks like it caught itself, but I mean, without them shorting it, or ladder attacking it right now, or it could 100% come right back down here now. It may. Where's that at? 34, 67. I mean, it could catch itself right there. We'll see. We just got to watch it play out. Hey, either way, Crystal, I'm truly convinced, and that's what I said earlier to you. I'm truly convinced what we just witnessed is the bottom. Whether we touch it again remains to be seen, and I only say that because of the fractal that I'm using for comparison purposes and projection purposes shows a wick down candle tomorrow at opening, back down to $33. So the potential is there for it to do that again. However, I'm inclined to think that it won't because we just had that. That's the best answer I can probably give you on that. So on the 4 hour, we really didn't make a W. We just kind of built out a base here, and then we wick down, and then we take off. But here on the 1 minute, we'll see if it rejects again here. If it rejects again here, it probably will come down at least a little bit, and then it'll probably attempt again. AMC Trey called it best when he said that three test trend rule. I mean, listen, AMC just did it. Look at this. It just did on the 4 hour. This is what led also. So I'm sorry. I know I was answering something else before I get on another tangent here. Let me. Robinhood to W. Okay, I did that. Are we going to make it? So do I trade all stocks like this? Yeah. So, I don't trade a stock unless I have a matching fractal that I have found that fits its historical self, that I can confidently transpose it on the current and present movement, and it makes sense to where I can actually feel confident in making a projection of what's to come. Does that make sense? Now, that's as far as swinging shares or something like that. But yeah, Poke, I'm gonna try to. I'll look at the snip tonight. I may put something together. I haven't done this yet as far as like really breaking it down. But yeah, I'll look at it. If it was any good, if you say it helped, I'll look at it and see. And then if so, yeah, I'll clip and put it out. I'm getting sidetracked. Okay, Subi, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that's how I swing them. But like I scalp. What I was telling everybody earlier, like I do it daily. Like I had 3 on my watch today and I scalp options daily, every morning. In the morning, some mornings I don't get in if I don't trigger, but I want to do that live. Like I want to like literally do it live. And I don't care to like put out a list. I mean, I get on in the morning, like on Twitter. I don't want to be one of those people that put out these lists. Like if it goes up over this, then you take calls. If it goes down, well, no shit, you take put. No shit. Like you need to, and I get that, but that's a gamble scalp, and it's very, very, very hard manually to get in and get out successfully, repetitively, repeatedly. It's very hard to do. It can be done. It can definitely be done. I've done it, but I mean, I've also got my ass handed to me doing that because of one reason or another. But so what I do with my options, I pick one way or the other. I look at everything and I get a feel for what I think it's going to do, and I'll set a put trigger or a call trigger, and not one of both. I'll set one or the other, and then if it hits it, it hits it. I take it and play it. If it doesn't, I don't. I don't chase. I don't come back. I don't move my levels. I don't do any of that stuff. And that, and my whole goal with doing that was, if I can get into, like, if I have a watch list of 3 to 4 every day, and if I can get into 3 or 4 a week, I'm making more money doing that than I ever did working. So it's not about getting in, and I think a lot of people are trying to do that. Like, you got to feel like you're in on something to make money, and it's not. Like, so anyways, I'll wrap that up by saying that that's part of what I want to do here. Is I trade daily as well, and I want to do that as well. I want to do a daily live option plays and entries and exits and different things like that. So that's that. And then, like I told you about the algorithms, or the fractal patterns, and how I use those for swings. Mostly swings. Sometimes they turn into more of a long-term thing, but for the most part, the fractals are swings. Because as you can see, like I showed you, I mean, here, let's just say this isn't AMC, right? And we're not pissing apes off by swing trading AMC or nothing, but let's just say this, all right? Block this out. Whatever move this was, we see at bottom here, right? I mean, this move right here, look at this. If you know this move right here is coming, and not to mention this move here, which is, bigger than that, but these moves here pay, especially when you know they're going there. Yeah, I'll need a mod for sure, Subi. I'll need a mod for sure. DM me on Twitter so I don't forget, please. And sorry, I know the camera's here. I keep looking down here because I'm reading everything down here. But I am talking to you guys. But yeah, these are the moves I play. So once I know and I can transpose the fractal on here, and I don't just jump in. I always confirm, obviously. I mean, you're looking for, confirmations. This W would be a confirmation, especially if you've confirmed something prior to it, to go ahead and take this trade and to swing an option, a call option, a couple contracts up. So that's basically what I do. But if you knew, and look back, and no shit, look back through my tweets. If you knew what all of these moves were going to be, and you had the ability to play calls and puts. Now these are, weeks at a time that they take to play out. So it's a game of patience, and it's a game of entries and exits. But when you know that's what they're going to do, or close to. Now we don't know, and I never know exactly how high, exactly how long. Like I was explaining earlier, patterns. There's one slight problem with fractals, and that is you never know the longitude and latitude of the patterns. A square can turn into a rectangle real quick. A triangle can turn into and things. So longitude, latitude of these patterns change, so that. But you got to play the middle. So like I'll give you a real quick, for instance, and I'm going to go through the questions that I have. Let's just pretend we're playing this move right here. Let's pretend this was my indicator to make sure I was okay. I got it lined up. I got the fractal lined up with their algo. So I have my indicator. Now I need my confirmation. My confirmation is going to be Twin Peaks, right? So it trades. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 days. So 36 days it took to play out, right? This right here. But it's worth it because this is my indicator, and I watch it, and I'm waiting to see Twin Peaks, right? So I see Twin Peaks. That's my confirmation. As soon as we dump, I know that bottom is going to be right here at the axis of the Twin Peaks. So I set my lines up, a high bottom, a low bottom, just like I did here with these yellow ones for AMC. And when it gets, I don't, as the guys that were with me when I bought today, and I bought calls and shit today, I don't wait until I don't give it like time. Like once I cross the top bottom, if I'm in between the top and the bottoms that I set out like that with prior supports, I enter. Because two reasons. One, psychologically for me, I have found that it feels better and it does my mind better if I'm early and I enter here and I watch it do this and come back out of there versus watching it do this and come back out of there and not get in the trade till here. Now I feel like I missed it and I was late. I'd rather be early and watch that than be late and feel like I missed that. And it's just something mentally. But anyways, I think I said two, but that's the one. But if you know that, that's your confirmation. You buy your call options, you find your bottom. As soon as it enters your area, you enter, and you ride it up. Now, what I do is I like to play the middle of these moves. I don't play peak to peak because that's when you miss it and you screw yourself. So I play middle to middle. So I would do something like I'd put a line there, right here at this resistance, which then became support, and I would want an entry no further up than that, and I would do the same here, and I'd want an exit no further down than that. Okay. Alright, let me get this bag up, and I'm going to look through some questions here. Oops. My bad. My bad. Where are we at? Yeah, I got my ass kicked a little bit today. Alright, let's look through some questions. Actually, give me a second to grab a Red Bull real quick. It's right here. Alright. Please explain a wick / bottom of one. Is it a sudden move down and up? So you mean like this candle here? Like right here? Crystal, let me know. Is that what you mean? Please explain a wick / bottom of one. Is it a sudden move down and up? Okay, so I'll use this until you answer me. You see the body and then the wick. Excuse me. Where the bottom is where the candle opens. So in that time frame, which is 4 hours, wherever the bottom of the body is where the candle, in that 4 hours, it's where it opened. So when this 4 hours began at 9:30 a.m., it opened. I'm sorry, I take that back. Yeah, I thought that was open and closed. No, and those were highs and lows. So the candle, my bad. Brain fart. You wanted the wick. So does the wick bottom of one? Please explain a wick of bottom of one. Is it a sudden move down and up? Yeah, I mean, pretty much what it shows you is that it didn't it didn't build out in this area. It came down in this area, and then buying pressure stepped in between here and here. So what it did was buying pressure stepped in wherever the wick touched and pushed it back up to here to where it didn't settle here. So what will happen is if this were to close, and it's going to here at 130, the next one will open right where this one closes, right? Because it was pushed up. So if you look at your 1 minute and look here, 33.79. So right there. So what that what's that show you? What do you think? So your wick right here's your 33.79 is this support right here. This is your wick. Your wick is it sold off down to this level. It touched, and then buying pressure came in and pushed the body of it back up. Because if you watch this play out, that's a body when it comes down, but then it pushes that up. So that just shows selling pressure, or I'm sorry, buying pressure took over right here and pushed it up, and then it's regaining and reestablishing a base right here, support right here, which is right here. And now if this were to be, you know, more than 4 hours, if this would continue to push up, all it's going to do is this body's going to push up and still going to leave the wick here, and all it's going to show is it's showing a move down, a touch, and a reversal of volume in that candle, and a reversal of direction of that candle. A red candle telling you it's going down, that selling pressure bringing it down. It touched, buying pressure stepped in, pushed the body of it back up. Hope that's enough. You should snip a part of that. Okay, yeah, I read that. Gotcha. Hell yeah, do it live. I'll definitely play with you. Okay. No, I want to for sure. I definitely want to. And we will, 100%. Where do you see the top of the next run up? I see 145 to 300. So many different opinions. Yeah, I agree with you. That's a wide range, like 150 to 300, but um, I believe the last time, I'll have to do it again. Trying to think, I did do I did do a measurement um, on the January and June run up, and took the average of the two of them and then used that as just a guesstimate. But yeah, I honest to God, I think it's going to be so hard to really put a number on it, because the variables that are included in this thing are just like not seen and not heard of. I mean, you know, is it going to mow ass? Are they going to let it go? Are they going to open the floodgates of volume and let this thing rip? Are they going to be part of the buying pressure when they let it rip? Are they going to be preloaded and waiting for it at a certain price to slam it back down? I don't know. I mean, there's just so much that can go into it that can happen. FOMO, the options chain. It's hard to gauge all that. I think if it's comparable in any way to the two run-ups, January and June, I feel like we're going to probably be at like the 180 mark, 185. That's my guess, without really looking at it. I hate to even throw a number out there, because it's like, I feel like that's almost like voodoo. Like, don't do that because there's so much that could be in addition to and or taken away from this. And here's the deal. I said this at the beginning of the stream, and I'll catch shit for this from some of the apes and shit, but I see it play out, and I'm a realist. I mean, I'm not confirmation biased. I mean, I want it to rip. Don't get it fucked up. But they're in control of this thing. Like 1 bazillion%, they're in control of this thing. They're in control of how much fuel volume that they put on the fire. They're in control of the options chain. They're in control of every single move. Like when I showed you guys those fractals, and I'm talking like we were looking at 6 months worth of trading side by side, 2 different time frames in a year that are absolutely interchangeable. And then you go on the interior of that, and the movements that make up those macros, you can take and interchange those. Like, that is not natural. Period. It's not natural. That is orchestrated, it's planned, it's governed, it's restricted, it's released, they control all of it, in my opinion. If true laws of supply and demand existed, we'd already be on the moon. Period. If this were a decentralized processing of orders, both buy and sell, that no entity, person, group, anything had a vested interest in, this thing would be gone already. GameStop would be gone already. All of them. All the ones that were shorted and shorted and short, they'd be gone. They'd be gone. They'd all be moonbound. Every single one of them. But it's not, unfortunately. And that's what I guess the movement, to me, is really about. That's not okay. I mean, if one of us set up like a trap house, like a gambling trap house or some shit, and this is what we were doing, and we orchestrated, how to rob these people coming in to play games, and we did it illegally, and the entire setup itself was illegal. I mean, come on, that's, you know what I mean? It's absurd. But anyways, they run the entire thing. What I'm finding for me, and I buy and hold, don't get it messed. I have a suitcase packed for sure that has been packed. I've been in here since January. My first buy was at $7, but when my trading became profitable and when I started progressing like at a high level, was when I stopped listening to all of the noise, when I focused in on the things that I'm now doing, and when I realized that I'm just part of the game that these bigger players are playing, and I know that's what the movement's about, and I know, which is why I have a suitcase packed, and it's in the corner, and it's been there, and I add to it. I get that, but to make money in the interim, you have to have a separation and know that if you can figure out what it is they're doing and a way to infiltrate into that and start pulling something out of it daily, weekly, monthly, while we stand for something in arms like we've done to make change like that, that's what we need to do. That's what I do. I have found ways, and let them have their fuckery and everything else that they do, and I've found ways within it to exploit it for my benefit. by identifying that they're using high frequency trading algorithms to trade everything. And I have combed through and found fractal patterns and algorithms that repeat themselves, and when I can line them up and do what I just showed you, how I get the indicator and then the confirmation, I enter trade and I use the leveraged options against them, and I make money doing it. And that's, I guess, would be going to be my biggest contribution to retail investors like myself. And like I said, I'm not I don't want to be nobody. I'm not nobody. I'm one of everybody. I'm one of us, and I'm one of you. And I want to pass on. Bruce was in here with me, and I gave him a little bit of my story. But because of my story, because of what I've been through and what I've come from and where I'm at right now, I've found something I believe is very valuable. I believe it can be utilized and taken advantage of legally, and you can make a shit ton of money off of it. And I want to use it for myself, but I can't take it with me when I leave and perish and die. So knowledge is selfishness if it's not shared, and if it's not given unto somebody else. So that's my mission, man. I want to create space to breathe. I want to buy my freedom. I want to do something I found that I love doing, and I want to learn and share and gather information from everybody and anybody I possibly can. So that's what I want to do. Just like YouTube, like I was saying, I want to exploit YouTube for my gain, and that is for me to appeal to you, but I don't want your money. I don't want tips. I know there's buttons and shit. I don't want none of it. I don't want tips, super chat. I don't want none of that. What all I want from everybody is just to subscribe to the channel and come on and view my stuff and like them, because YouTube pays me, right? You don't have to. Your time, your little effort to watch my videos and to learn with me and to come in these streams and to like them and things like that, that is your way of paying me without putting your hand in your pocket. Like I was telling them earlier, I've watched all the influencers and YouTubers and everything. I have never given not one of them $1. Not one. And I won't, and I wish people wouldn't. You don't have to. I get it to an extent, but I don't. They're not worth my money. They're not appealing anything to me for my money that I'm working my ass off to earn. They're worth my time because they provide me something. And at the time, they provided me insight and education. So I gave them my time and the likes and the viewing hours that YouTube, their employer, pays them. And that's what I'm trying to do now with YouTube, is exploit that, again, for my benefit, to give me another stream of income, but just for your time, attention, your camaraderie, to come be a part of it with me and see what we can do. All right, blah. I can talk forever, can't I? Okay. Gotcha. Has the time frame been 1-to-1 on April fractal to now while looking at the 4-hour chart? So the 4-hour charts, if you line the 4-hour charts up, they're not candle for candle. I mean, yeah, okay, so they're not identically mirror image candle for candle, but they're running in the same time frame of candle, if that makes sense. And the movements between time frames are the same. Even if you have two short candles on a down move, on the April movement, this one may be like today, one long one that would cover the distance of the two. But then, because that 1 4-hour ate up 8 hours, they eventually make up for it. It's insane to watch. I can go more in depth to it when we start breaking these down and I start showing you guys to see if you guys can start identifying stuff if you're going to be here to do that. But so to answer your question the simplest way, they're not one-to-one mirror imaged, but if you can put the shape, if you can identify the fractal shapes in which they're making, the patterns are making, it will stay one for one within that shape, if that makes sense. I wish I had Aper's thing. I'll have to pull that up and read it to you guys. A guy I met on Twitter, he's from the UK, he's a trader, and I've told the story a little bit, but we became buddies. He criticized me a while back and was like giving me shit on Twitter one time, and then I told him to go fuck himself and to shut up and quit commenting smart ass shit on my stuff. And then he blocked me, so I blocked him, and then a buddy of his got a hold of me a few weeks later, a few days later, a week later, and was like, hey man, my buddy so-and-so, he blocked you and you blocked him. He says you're more on point than he ever knew. Could you please unblock him? He wants to talk to you and apologize for his outburst, and he's currently trading off your fractals and fucking killing it. So anyways, I did, and we're now buddies. We talk literally every single day. But he had typed out, once he grasped the concept of what it is that I'm doing, he had typed up, and I'll have to read it to you. It's basically a basic guideline, and he calls it, the golden ticket. What he calls what I'm doing the golden ticket. He says what I've done is I have found and identified something that most people can't, that's very, very valuable if used properly, and it's to be shared with very few people because it's the scale in which it's being done, and then he laid out exactly what it is, how identifying the shapes within certain time frames, and then transposing them, layering them on top to identify that that's what's it. And then once you've identified, which is what I said with your indicator and then your confirmation, and then you make your play and you make bank. And he calls what I'm doing the golden ticket, and it really is. And like I was saying earlier, I have not, since I started doing this and playing options and stuff, I have not been red in any of my options. Not one. Now my scalpers, sure, but my fractal plays for option swings, I have not been red on one of them, and I'm talking like from like June till now, not one. So that's what I'm trying to give away. That's what I want to give away to everybody. I just want to share what I come up with and see if it makes sense to anybody else. Okay, has the time frame been 1-1? I agree. I don't think it's what people think or want to believe the run-up. Okay. Yes, they are in control totally. Yep, 100. We got that run-up because they wanted it. Yeah, because they let the volume blow off. Not only that, they suspended dark pool or whatever they did. I think that's what they did. They shut them off for a day or some shit like that. They shut the fibers off of whatever and that's, so that combined. But yes, they that's what they do. And that's why we're just part of it. I mean, the reason they're screwed so bad, obviously with the shorts and everything, but the buying and the holding is because if we don't go anywhere, meaning if we don't sell, they have no choice but to keep. They have two choices. They either keep playing this shit out and stretching out these pennants till they can't stretch anymore, and then they blow out of it and and then they build another one with my fractals on the inside of it, or they're gonna have to make what they're doing is like a Tesla squeeze. They build a pennant out, they blow off some volume, and it runs up, and then they lose a portion, and then they build out another pennant, and then they blow off, and they're like turning the valve off and and that's what they're doing this whole time. So thank you. Finally, someone hit the nail on the head. You're welcome. Thank you for saying that and for seeing that and thinking that. I've lost a shit ton of money on AMC. I want my money back, AMC. Damn. How'd you lose money on it, Subi? How, tell me how you lost money. PokePack, 100%. Once I stopped listening to the noise and played smart. Oh, where'd you go? Sorry guys, I'm backed up. 100%. Once I stopped listening to the noise and played smart, everything got so much less stress. Same with me, Pokey, or Poke. Same with me. I don't know if you're calling it Pokey packs, like Pokemon packs, or Poke. Same with me. I used to listen to everybody, and every night I had a routine listening to all these YouTubers, and every single night. And I just got to the place where I started having confidence in my own trading, and I took a chance on myself. And the second I started doing that, I started realizing, like, man, the more I listen to these people, the more chaotic I feel. So I just stopped, and I thought I'm gonna not listen. I'm gonna go against my routine for the last however many months. I'm not gonna listen to any of them, what any of them have to say. I'm gonna focus on the charts. I'm gonna spend time in front of the screen and try to figure out something that I can identify and that makes sense to me, and that no one, and it did, and it happened. And I can't even tell you the last time. I know this is crazy saying because it's exactly what I'm doing right now. But if I can guide you to get to that point with my calmness and my abilities that I've discovered that I have, then fucking so be it, man. But I have not watched a YouTuber video or live stream in months. Not one. Not one. Because it's just noise to me. It's just da-da-da-da-da. So that's not what I want to do here. I don't want to be having like these nightly review videos on the market and on what's been going on Twitter and this influencer said that. That is not what I'm here for at all. I'm here to trade. I'm here to trade. I'm here to talk. I'm here to share ideas. I'm here to build for myself and give away, like I said, what knowledge I have gained and what I have. So, and hopefully get some back from you guys in return. So you're not gonna get any of that kind of crazy video shit with me. It's just not gonna happen. It's just not me. It's not gonna happen. I hate drama. I hate chaos, and I have none of it. I have a perfect, quiet, lonely life, so that's me. All right, but I agree with you, Pokey. All right, tastefully put. Thank you, Subi. They have considered a Discord considering the delay here on YouTube. I'd like to learn trade with your channel. I have thought about it. I thought it might be. I'll work on the delay tonight and see when we're done with the stream and see if I can get it down a little bit. I think we're at like a 2-minute, but yeah, I think if we're gonna do something like that, 100%. I don't know the first thing about Discord. I've never been a part of one, nor do I have one, but I will look into it, and yeah, man, I'm down with that, with having a Discord, 100%. If you guys are interested, I'll 100% do it. I just need to know that, it's not going to just be me sitting there, because it's like, it's extra work I got to do, obviously. I'm willing to do that footwork for us if people are willing to be a part of it, if that makes sense. But just to do it just to do this, I got money tied up in a computer that can even do all this, and cameras and audio and equipment and just the whole deal. So this I wanted to do because whether this worked or not YouTube wise, I'm still gonna need all this, but I like to put minimalistic effort into something unless I know it's going to either provide something of value or I'm going to receive something of return value on that investment or work that I put in. So all I need to know is if you guys are up for it and you're 100%, you'll be there, then I'll do it. I'll look into it and I'll do it. Just let me know. Just comment or whatever, shoot me a message, let me know. Yeah, same Bruce. Yeah, okay. Will you be on here daily? Yes. I will officially be on here every single day for trading hours. I sit here and trade every single day. So my entire plan starting today. Well, I started a while ago, and I was trying to do it from an old phone that I had, and it sucked. So I just stopped until I got the equipment. So now I have the equipment. Everything's set up. Today was the first actual live run at it to see if streaming worked, and it's working. So far, so good. Minus the little 2-minute delay. Back to you guys, but yeah, every day, Monday through Friday, all market out, not pre-market or after hours, obviously, but we'll do 9:30 till close. We'll do 9. I got on at 9 this morning. I think as long as I can get on at 9 and we can, or maybe even 8, and we can discuss like the scalp plays for the day. And we can all get our charts set up with the levels and stuff, which I can show you here when I'm done going through these. How I had set these 3 up today: Neo, Roblox, and Zoom. I had them set up, ready to go, but because of everything, I didn't even get to enter. But yep, every day. I think we be on here. I think TA has advanced, yeah, and we have to adjust. Yeah, I think that the level of manipulation and everything has advanced. TA has too. It's because people have now identified what's really going on. The exposure level that has come to this trading world is unprecedented. These people that are running this show have never, ever had their backs against the wall like they do and have, ever. They've never had the light shown on them like they have. And they've never had some of their closet doors opened and their things gone through like has been and continues to be going on. So 100% agree. Okay, awesome. That makes sense. Thanks for explanation. Great roadmap here. Yeah, would love to go deeper into all this. Yeah, man, I'm with it, Poke. That's what I'm here for, bro. That's what I want to do. I'd love to read it. Damn, no red. That's amazing. Wow. Which options did you purchase on the way down today? I bought the February 18th $60 contracts. AMC February 18th $60. Yes to the Discord or even Telegram. Okay, or private Twitter. Okay. So that's right. I can do a private Twitter. I wonder how the hell does he get that set up? And but that's like DMing, I think, right? We would be DMing. I think with the Discord, we could actually be like live talking. Like it wouldn't just be me talking to myself or typing. And we can actually all like talk. I'm thinking Telegram's probably the same. I appreciate you looking into something like that. Yeah, no problem, bro. This is what I wanted to do, man. Listen, I'm so happy right now. I even have a few of you in here. Like, when I started and tested this shit out a while back with my phone, not this one, with an old phone that I had, I had like 3-4 people come in total. You know what I mean? And there was like very little interaction. So that was just kind of like a test run to see. But like I said, a lot of things have changed, and I caught on to, and I backed off of wanting to do that until I had a set road built out that I knew I could navigate myself and others, and I want to teach what I have and what I've come up with, and I just want to be a part of a group. I'll tell you what did it for me. Here's what did it for me. You want the truth? Here's the honest God truth. The noise that I recognized YouTube was surrounding these stocks, the noise in which I recognized YouTube was when it came to retail investors, period. The social media platforming of people that, how can I say this and be played? The platforming and the rise of people that has been given to people by a broad community of people maybe naive to the reality of the entire thing was bothering me. And all of that combined, I thought, you know what? If I can get somebody in this room with me, in my YouTube room with me, for more than 15 minutes, and they hear me talk, and I can talk to them and tell them a little bit about myself, and they can lay eyes on me and see me, they're going to know instantly that I'm just like them, and I'm not one of these people, and that to build, so I'm never going to be like, I don't want to charge, and it's just like I see guys like, like this tweet to get my secret options play for tomorrow. Give me 200 likes and I'll give you my secret options play. And then they tell you if it goes over 20, buy a call. If it goes under 18, buy a put. Like, it's so absurd to me. And I'm older. I think a lot of them, I know there's some people my age are older. I'm 42. What I seem to be running into is a mix, but there's a young crowd out there that's doing things that are I'm not okay with. And I just wanted to level the playing field from that. Granted, we as retail are trying to level the playing field for ourselves, and that's not the field that I'm talking about. I'm talking about leveling the playing field for us as retail. I did not have anywhere to go. I didn't have an influencer or a YouTuber or anybody that I could sit with during the day while I trade that we could actually trade and make money. And I'm a stubborn, bullheaded son of a gun, and I refused and have refused. I mean, I've even had my family tell me, just pay a month's subscription to somebody that knows what they're doing, and let them teach you what they know, even if it's $50 for 1 month. Pay it and I refuse to do that. And then, to me, I want to learn it on my own. I'm good with somebody showing me, but I'm not paying them to show me. And then what really triggered me was those same people that I was hearing my family tell me to do that in my times of frustration were the same ones that were posting shit and saying things like, I love teaching and I love getting messages like this that I change your life. This is why I do it. And this, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. You're doing it because you're charging a $50 a month subscription to 200 people, and you're banking that every month. You've created another stream of revenue for yourself. And yeah, that's a reward of that on top of the money that you're getting. Well, I had to learn this, and education's not cheap. Yeah, it is. Education's fucking free. It's free. It's free because we share. That's what this entire retail thing was built off of. It was the backs that this entire movement, an entire generation of investors were built off of, was the ability to use these internet tools to our advantage, and communication and social media platforms to our advantage, to be able to communicate within each other and share ideas and thoughts and tactics and everything else, and education. That's the beauty of this. So that triggered me to the point where I said, I'm going to learn everything on my own, that I at least enough that I can make money doing it. And the second that I feel comfortable enough and bulletproof enough that it's making me money on the regular, I am going to start exactly what I have wanted and didn't have. And that's what I'm trying to do. Okay. Let's do this one. Appreciate you. No, when you do a private Twitter, you do call-outs, and only your followers get them, no DMs. Okay. There are a lot of crooks out there who make their trading monies off courses and subscriptions. Yeah, it's an enterprise. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Like I said, it triggered me big time. Hey, give me 2 minutes. I gotta go piss real quick. Take a pee. Here, I'll put some Led Zeppelin on real quick. Here, listen. Oh, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Thank you guys for all the questions and shit. Appreciate it. Woohoo! Alright. I'm definitely gonna DM you on Twitter. My name there is Crypto Dan. Oh, hey, Danielle. I saw you comment the other day. Cool. Cool. Nice to meet you finally. Like, for real, for real. Now you know who Extreme Gains is. Yeah, I'd appreciate your help. For sure. We can get shit set up, man, and do this. 100%. My name's Chuck, by the way. I know the page and everything. Everything that I've done's branded with Extreme Gains. Some of it's new and stuff, but I've had the YouTube channel and the Twitter I just made recently. But Extreme Gains used to be I used to be a bodybuilder back in the day. uh, and I had a supplement company. I was a personal trainer, and I did physique competitions and things like that. Uh, and Extreme Gains was the name of that. And so I own the domain and the name and everything else. And when I started, it was sitting on the shelf. And then when I started trading and stuff, I had this. This has been like a long journey, like idea for me to get to this point. So to have actual people here with me right now, like digging it and talking about like going to the next step with it is really badass for me right now. It makes me feel really good. So thank you guys for that. Because once I started doing this, I had this idea. I was like, wow, I could really morph Extreme Gains into something really cool with trading if I ever get good at this. And that was a while ago, and it's like I said, I started it with Twitter, really, pretty much. And it's just been a build up to get to here, and I stayed kind of dark minus being on Twitter just because, excuse me, I had my head down digging into all this stuff. And like I said, until I knew for sure. Oh shit, you know what I wanted to do? I wanted to read you guys. I wanted to read you guys that thing that was wrote about the golden ticket. I was in before that too. Before that too. When I get gold info, I fire it straight out. My whole days are full of live streams. To be live streaming market hours every day now that I'm set up to do it. Alright, I gotta scroll back through here. Default other meme stocks. All of them ran on the same algo. So a lot of them are. I'll show you here in a second. I do follow some of them. I have some already mapped out actually. GameStop runs off of the same algo. Clove runs off the same algo. GameStop, Clove, AMC. I think BlackBerry. I think Cost. I think a lot of those ones are all running on these exact. On this one, on the one that we're seeing on AMC. So I don't follow them as closely as I do AMC and GameStop. So when I first yes, read the golden ticket. Yeah, I am. I just scrolled back here. Let me turn this down. I just scrolled back through me and his messages. Okay, right here it is. Alright, so he's gonna kill me for reading some of this shit on it brought me the whole way back to the beginning. He said, "You've cracked the code." I'm just gonna read you a couple things. "You've cracked the code, my friend. What was your purpose? What was your process for identifying all this? I've been trading for years and I've never seen price fractals play out as exact as yours. I genuinely think you have nailed this, and everything ties up with the options chain. What you have found is incredibly valuable. Be very careful who you share it with." All right, this is called "Your Keen Eye is Expiring." Is inspiring. The less people that know your strategy, the more successful you'll be at it. Which I agree, but at the same time, like I was telling you earlier, man, I want to share. Man. All right, so this is what he wrote, and it's called "The Golden Ticket." He said, "What if you hunt time frames for sections of price that match over the entire market? All algorithms have cyclic patterns. The majority of the market today is moved by them. Stencil in zones of price action, then overlay them to current day. Finding the time frames they match in will give a fractal projection of true future price. Golden ticket. You can now trade accordingly." I thought that was pretty badass. What if you hunt time frames? And this is what I did. So what happened as I told him about, and then this is how it manifested inside of him after he saw how precise the projections played out. And he said, this is how he described it. What if you hunt for time frames for sections of price that match over the entire market? All algorithms have cyclic patterns. The majority of the market today is moved by them. Stencil in zones of price action, then overlay them to current day. Finding the time frames they match in will give a fractal projection of future price. Golden ticket. You can now trade accordingly. I still think that's badass, hearing it again. And I even asked him, I said, I really appreciate all that. The golden ticket description is exactly what I've done. Where did you get that from? I said, did you write that? And he said, yes, mate. I wrote that in my notes after confirming it so that I didn't forget how it worked. And he said, protect your method. It is very rare. I'm excited to watch all this play out. You've made it fun for me again. I appreciate that. That shit was badass, man. He was the first person, and I had only been tweeting about this shit for not long. Not long at all. I had only been tweeting about it a little bit, and he like I said, we got into it. I told him, I literally told him, I said, go fuck yourself, man, and get off my page. And he blocked me, and I thought, fuck you. I blocked him too. And but it came full circle, and he was the first person to recognize what it is that I was trying to put out and convey. And he saw it immediately and knew it was on point. Pretty cool little story about me and him. Is there a way to teach finding patterns? Like, it sounds complex as fuck. I don't know. I mean, I've thought about that, and like, he's even asked me. He's not the only person. Now, I've had a ton of people. I've had DMs and all kinds of shit. People texting me and messaging me and DMing me and saying like, what's your process? What is your process? Like, how do you go about doing this? And what is it that makes you identify these things? And I, like, for him, for example, he's asked me numerous times, and at the beginning when we first started talking, and I've told him, and I used to tell him, I say, all I do is, like, I just look at the chart, and they literally jump off the page at me. Like, literally. And I mean that not figuratively. Like, I see them. I see the patterns, and I see shapes is what I see. So I do see patterns and repetitive patterns, but I see shapes, and the shapes jump off the page at me. And then what happens is that I end up, and I see, like, in what order. So I'll see, like, you know, if you look here, I'll see this. Then I'll see these three, like, and then I'll see that. And I'll remember that sequence just by looking at it one time. I'll remember it. And then I'll be going through charts, and bang, I see it, and I'm like, whoa, I remembered seeing that. Oh yeah, that was so-and-so stock that I saw that in. I wonder if it was on the same time frame. And then I go back and I look, and if it's on, and then, you know, and that's just kind of like one way that, but that's how they jump out. Like, I see, that's why I've not, and this is, I guess, the cool part, is I have not seen one chart that anybody else is circulating that looks like mine. Not one. Not one. I've seen tons of Wyckoff. I've seen tons of the double Doritos and the cock and balls and the things that Astra's doing. And I've seen, you know, and I've seen, obviously, the pennants. I mean, a pennant is a pennant, but, damn, I keep going offline. Did that just go offline? Damn it. It says excellent connection. Sorry, y'all. Shit, man. I gotta work on that tonight and figure out what the hell. That's funny. yo, that's like what's funny is so when he had asked me stuff like that, how like what's your process and how the hell do you see it? And I told him that he literally I said, bro, I don't know if I'm autistic. I know I have a bit of OCD from like the military, and I worked as a police officer for many years, and prior to getting sick and everything. But so that kind of instilled like this real organized like thing about me, you know. And but like he was like, dude, you're a savant. Like you're a savant. Like you're like everyone else's brains are like here, and like you're here, like you see patterns, shapes, colors, and I'm like, yes, like my whole world is shapes, patterns, and colors, like songs, art, like everything. I told you I play guitar and I sing and I play piano and I play drums. I've done it all my life, and like everything is patterns and shapes and colors. And yeah, he's like, dude, you're like a savant. So that's fun. You said Limitless, like, dude, what a badass movie and show. But yes, that's literally that's how I started feeling when I started seeing this shit. When I was like, whoa, like, I mean, I've literally said to my family, like, because I was like, I try to talk to people about this stuff, but nobody in my like personal inner circle like trades like this. So when I start, oh shit, I got this all fucked up for you. So when I start talking about this shit, I get the oh real wow Then they look at and it's fucking frustrating. But yeah, I when I first started seeing this shit, I was like, there's no way that this shit can be this fucking easy. Like, there's no way that this is gonna make the next move that I know it's gonna make for the next 3 weeks, and then it does it. And like, and I had a conversation at Thanksgiving with my mother, and I was telling her about it, and she, she's like, honey, and not because you're just my son, but you're one of the smartest men I've ever known in my entire life. Maybe you found something. Like, now you're talking to a trader, and he's telling you this, and like, maybe you did. And I was like, no, no way. There's no way. Like, I know, okay, yeah, I was an intelligent guy and whatever, but no way. No way. Come on, somebody before me had to, no way. Kind of shit like that. Um, so I got like her harping on me about like, you need to start trusting yourself. You need to start having faith in your abilities and trust your gut and go with that instinct, because you've always been one of, if not the smartest man I've ever known. And from now, she said that before Thanksgiving, obviously, but it was her and a couple other of my buddies that were telling me, they all were telling me that thing. So because I was afraid to like risk I didn't want to lose money. So when I took a leap, and I started making plays on my fractal projections, my fractal pattern shape projections, and man, like, I didn't miss. And so super confidence builder when you don't miss. But and when you see your account just like dog. So that's what's happened the last 6 months for me. And it's where I'm at. It's where we're here. Uh, so anyways, teaching it. I go way off track, yo. Send me like something that says like, yo, you're off track. Uh, Teaching it, I don't know how I would do that other than to just do it together, and when I spot something, point it out, so that you can make like mental note of, oh, that's what he saw, or oh, that's what he's looking for. kind of thing. Does that make sense? I think that's the only way to do that. So take a fractal at a smaller time frame and compare it to a broader time frame, i.e. look for similarities for possible future price movement. I don't really know. So, yes and no. So, look for similarities that are for possible future price. I mean, that's the whole idea behind identifying fractal and then using it as for a projection. But uh, I don't I really try not to cross time frames. Um, for me, the time frame I like to see, and what I think I feel as I've seen more is if I can. So, like for instance, I'm not gonna take uh, uh, a movement on or a fractal pattern, right, per se, on a 1 minute time frame and try to apply it to a 4 hour time frame and then use that to make a play on a swing on a 4 hour time frame. Like I that's almost like confusion in my brain to even say that. For me, it's like so I always stay in the same time frame. So uh, if I'm looking to scalp, I'm gonna be. I like to use the 5 minute for scalp, but I'll use the 1 minute to maybe identify what's leading up to the 5 minute, and then I can use that if I was trying to. But I typically haven't scalped using fractals. They're all swings. So the scalping or the swinging of fractals, I'm typically out on. I'm no less than the 1 hour, which I was doing for a while. But what like I said, I started identifying with the daily, and then I started using the 1 hour to trade. And what I have found for me is that the 4 hour seems to be the clearest, uh, the clearest one that shows me the most consistent movement. So, like, let me see if I can give you perspective on this. The daily is consistent, but there's not enough interior movements to identify for sure if where you think you are is actually where you are within a fractal. The 1 hour has almost just enough too many internal movements that can distort the mirroring or identifying of where you think you are is where you actually are. There'll be moves, in between your identifying moves on the 1 hour that can throw you off. The 4 hour seems to be like that happy medium, middle of the road, where I'm finding there's not too many internal movements to throw you off, and there's not enough for you to identify. So I use the 4 hour for identifying because, and I can show you just in real quick here. Real quick here, I'll show you this. On that note, and then I'll move on to the next question. On that note, what's this here? Oh man, I hate when it does that. I move my damn line. I'll have to move that again. Hold on, let me put on something different. I don't know what I want to listen to. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm putting something different on. I really don't want to listen to Metallica in my head right now. Alright. A little bit of Eric Clapton. Okay. So okay. So this right here, 4 hour time frame, same time frame, two totally different parts of the chart. Literally, what, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. Literally 7 months apart. Right here. So, when you the other question I got was, are they one for one? And this, when I said no, they're not one for one, but the movements are. So, check this out. I'm gonna pause this so I want to think here. Okay. So coming out of the break here, which would be here, we were down here. You have, so if you look at both of them, and this is how I do it. I use my cursor on one and my eyes on the other, and I flip my eyes back and forth from one to the next. But I start with my cursor one, and I say, okay, I was here. The next move was up, right? Yep, up. Okay. The next move was down, right? Down. Oh yeah, down. Look, up, down, down, right? Up, down, down. Okay, and then after this drop, which here you go. Remember I said sometimes you'll have two, which will be 8 hours of trading, and then the next one, it's not candle for candle, but one candle will actually make up for that, right? Because what happened is, if you look real close, look at the difference in this and this. See that? So guess what they had to do here? This took longer. So they had to draw this out right here. See this? See that? They had to draw this out. And then what happens is you have direct to exchange orders coming in now, more than ever so. So it prolongs it. All they probably wanted to do is add one, but they got another one. So guess what they had to do now? To keep up with the fractal pattern, they had to rush it. So what they do? Boom. All in one. Just like they did today. Right? So we did the movement. Boom, boom, boom. Right? So here we are. Here we are. Green candle up. Came down. Green candle up. Then we went across and we went down. Right? And then we a little nick up. So we went up, across, like almost like a curve. Down and then up. Look. Down, went up, went across, down, and then up. Okay, so then we went up, and then we gapped down. So we went up, and instead of gap down, straight down, right? Here, this played out like a box, like a U, and then back up to the resistance of the trend line downside trend line. Here, they didn't make the box, but it did the exact same movement. Right up here. Right up to the line again. And then look, one candle, bang, and then back up. Okay, so we're here. Instead of one candle, look, two, bang. And we're back up. Right? Back up and then down if you want to get real technical. Back up and then down and then up. Look. Back up and then down and then up. And then this one here went one candle down, stopped, and And see how we're messing around here? But then you look here, and look what it did. It wicked down. What'd they do here today? Boom, the whole way down. And then whoop, right back up. So this tells you I could safely feel like moving that there. And that's where that one should exist. Like that. And this is our true bottom. Remember, real bottom, true bottom. And wherever that builds out will be the true bottom. And this is the real bottom. This is the true bottom. To me, these are just my terminology. So, anyways, that's the example of that for you. So I don't go outside the time frames. I stay in the same time frame. I use the 4 hour because it gives you the same. And like you see right there where they throw in moves and take moves out because it's, they're different. We're in different times, different volumes, different sediment, different everything. However, they still have the ability, this is like the insane part to me, like how intricate and how like advanced and absolutely off the wall insane what is going on is that they have this much finesse and control and on such a level and scale that they're doing this on is just absolutely mind-boggling. So to think that whatever outside of like they control this and we need to find a, like if you're smart, and this is what I told myself, Chuck, if you're smart, you need to find a way to use what they're doing to your benefit to start extracting money out of. Because, and I'm not saying we're not changing shit as a retail investor type movement. We definitely are. But, if you can identify this stuff and you're not using it to benefit and make yourself money and do what like you're here to do, this is what I told myself now, then what's the point of being here? Like, if you want to be an investor, then just put your money in and roll out and don't worry about it. And when you need it, you look at it and you cross your fingers and hope that it made you money. That's not what I was trying to do. But anyways, okay. I want to keep talking because I want to move on. I know there's more questions. Let me move this back to the 1 minute so that we are on point. I hope that really I hope this stuff that I'm showing you guys is putting it in perspective, and making it visual and it's making sense. Because it makes sense for me. I just don't know if it, makes sense for other people. Okay. Back to the question. I keep finding a pattern with some of the best traders. They're either in the military or ex-military. It's the, yeah, I can see that. It's the getting up early. It's the you can put strict orderly rules in for yourself, and you stand by them. There's a work ethic to it that has to be done from a DD standpoint to give yourself an advantage. It's an elite feeling when you become very good at this, and it's one of those things. Like when I started this, my exact thought to myself was, if there's nobody in this business that's on Wall Street or a trader or a hedge fund or whatever that's not good at this, because if you're not good at this, you're not doing it very long and you're done because you're broke and you're out of money. So you're either really good at this and you make a shit ton of money and you live the life that comes with it, or you're not. So my whole thought was, if I can really get this and get good at this, it's going to provide me by default everything that I want. I just have to get good at this. I have to get good at trading, and then the money will come. And that's the truth. Reading Twitter, some people are seeing May 5th, 6th fractal. You're in April somewhere, correct? Yeah, that was probably somebody commented on my thing yesterday, and they were saying, "No, you're in the wrong place. What you're showing's already played out." And I I don't know that if they're showing that. I mean, what days they were in May? May 5th, 6th. Let's take a look. I don't know if I agree with that, but we'll see. Let's take a look at it. Right here, May 5th, 6th. There's May 5th. May 5th. May 6th. How are we at May 5th, May 6th? Let me see here. Don't judge too quick, Chuck. Just look at it. Openly, unbiased, look at it. So they're saying this is this. No, I disagree. I disagree for two reasons. One, where's this? This would be, so they're calling this, this. Number one. Number two, they're calling this and this. I mean, this and this, it kind of goes by what I was just. They don't look anything alike. However, if you look at this mini, you could almost construe this as this. And then this whole run would have to be this, which that's totally different. So there's the first one I would point out. Those are too far away from each other. And then they're calling this. This could almost, minus this big ass thing. And then my biggest one is this. So they're saying this here is this start point here. I don't see how, you see what I'm saying? I don't see how that works out. Like, so, because this, that's May 5th, 6th. They're saying that's this. So, look here. So then that means this is this, but you're missing this. And then you're going to call, this is my biggest one. This was the first thing I saw. You're calling this, this. And I think those are too far off. Me personally. Like, if I were looking at the charts, doing what I do and what I've done best and what's worked best for me, I would never identify these two time frames as the same fractal sections. Ever. Now, if I did this, I would identify those as the same. Or more similar than what we just looked at. But, reading Twitter, some people are saying you're in April. But yeah, I'm in April, man. Let me show you again. This is current. I'm going to show you again. Actually, let me move. There. I hate these fucking charts like this. Sorry for your ears, peeps. That's where I'm at. This is all just so mind-blowing. Oh, you, sir, have found your own money printer. I'm hoping so. Thank you for saying that, and you're not the first person to say that. I'm just hoping that the best ideas are the ones that maintain consistent, proven ability to do what they were meant to do. So I'm convicted enough that I'm venturing out and attempting to do this and to share and to speak on it and to put myself out there. So it's been back tested. It's not been some crazy experiment where I back tested it for years and I'm gonna sell a course, yada yada yada, but enough that I'm willing to allow myself to be put myself out there and be judged over it. So anyways, that's zoomed in a little bit too. Thanks, Subi. Or Daniel. You tell me whichever you want to be called. So if you were to put a date, you are in April, where would you see us? Thanks for answering all my questions. What's that date roughly? Yeah, you like dates and prices, don't you, Crystal? That's something I typically don't do. I just kind of put my chart out. Like, I think I let the charts kind of speak for themselves as far as dates and price movement. Because, like I said, fractals are very they can be changed. You know what I mean? It's not about exact dates and price. It's about a price range, a date range, a movement within range. For instance, I can tell you because I've counted it a million times. From the point of this to the point of the this is how I do dates. From the point and price range. From the point of this, which is the top peak, to the bottom peak, were 7 days. It opened up in the morning of day one, and it would reverse at the morning of day 7. So when I was drawing this pattern on this chart, I made sure it started day 1 opening and 7 on a direct line slant 7 days out and ended on day 7. So then I kind of get a price range from there. So again, it's all ranges. But as far as dates, where do I think we're at today in comparatively speaking to what I am considering my projection and where we are? Yes, I believe today is April 12th. I believe tomorrow is April 13th. Yep. That's what I've been trading on under that assumption. Just my opinion. Just trying to see the pattern on my chart. Yeah, no, that's. I mean, here, can you not see it? Is it hard to see on the stream? So this was the first candle of. There. First candle of April 12th was right here. I was calling for this candle since yesterday. Well, I'm way before that. I was calling for this whole thing to happen, and it has. But I was expecting downside. I put a tweet out that said I expect one more good push down before we build our bottom and our base out before we start our ascension. And that's what you're seeing happening. So, yeah, today is 11:30, and comparatively speaking to its historical self, April 12th. Sorry, not price. Just want to know where we are. Yep, got you. I think what she's trying to ask is where are we in the chart? What month day? Yes, we are in April, but what day? Yep. Don't get prices. Just April 12th. Yeah, I mean prices. Well, I already did. I gave those like I said when I look here when I put these out for everybody to look at on Twitter and shit. I mean, I literally had price. Look at this. Look how, and I'm not tooting my own horn, but toot toot. Look how fucking exact this shit landed. Look at that. And again, I wasn't anticipating this candle being the one that did this. I was expecting it to stop here. I was expecting the candle tomorrow morning. Let me say that differently. Not that I was even expecting that. I was projecting something along these lines, and I kept saying if it were to mirror itself exactly identically, we would wick down to here tomorrow. But it looks like we did it today. Now, will we do it again tomorrow? I don't know. I feel like maybe we won't. But we could. We 100% could. What I'm hoping isn't the case is that this is our bottom, this is our true bottom, and our real bottom doesn't become down here on a wick down tomorrow. Catch what I'm laying out? So I'm hoping that or this wick is this, and we don't have to worry about that tomorrow. We build our base out, and we get to roll out and start heading back up. Cool. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope it helps. I really do. So you said you trade crypto. Do you not do the same? You said you just wipe off with crypto. I would think there would be algo trading crypto as well, if not maybe because of blockchain. Yeah, no, I did. So I haven't traded crypto in a minute. I ended up once once I once I knew what I was doing here, and I found not only the confirmation that I needed, uh, but I found the conviction and belief that what was going on out here and what I was seeing happening and what I was putting together that I could capitalize on, I liquidated all of my crypto. And I have all my money in stocks and options. Now, I think I take that back, I should say all. I think I have, I don't know, $500 worth of XRP left, I think. Crypto, I can't confirm nor deny that it's ran off algos like these are. What I can confirm is I do believe crypto was plotted to be more of a Wyckoff distribution and accumulation than stocks ever were prior to this year. Whether there's fact behind that or not, I don't know. I haven't been in the stock game long enough to be able to have history to tell you yes or no. But I feel as if that's what I think algorithmic has been since the stock market and Wall Street went computer aged. Algorithmic high frequency trading has been the sell. That's been the business, right? That's been the new business model because it was an upgrade on many levels from where it was and where it had gone to. Whereas cryptocurrency initially was an accumulation because it had to be an accumulation, right? Because without accumulation for crypto, there would be no crypto. You see what I'm saying? So the only way for crypto to become what it is now was for it to be an accumulation, which is why there was a bull run for however many years, and then a little bear, and then a giant bull, and then a little bit bigger bear, and then another giant bull. You see what I'm saying? So it had to be, and obviously there had to be some distribution brought into it because you can't just, accumulate as a maker. You can't just accumulate forever. You have to start distributing, and if you don't, you know what I mean, and you have to distribute to yourself more than anything. But yeah, I think, me personally, I feel as if Wyckoff more so fits with crypto up until recently. I do believe, again, Wyckoff has 100% viability within the stock market now, because it's changed. The game's changed now. all the people that were being accumulated into crypto, not all, but a majority and a big part of them are now in stocks and options like never before. So yes, there had to be an accumulation process, so I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. Again, sorry for all the questions. This is so interesting. I followed Astro, and the dude is more wrong than wrong itself, and he's just crazy sometimes. I like staying on topic and focused. Hey, no worries. That's what we're doing here. We're talking. We're hanging out. You're picking my brain, and I'll give you my best foot forward. It's all good. It's all good. No worries. I appreciate the questions. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Yeah, I hung out with Astro for a little while too. When he first got, very, very first got started, I had hung out with him for a little bit. Not very long. Uh, and again, he's done nothing to me, and I don't know him from Adam, so I'm not gonna say anything bad about him. But not my cup of tea. There was a time when I think he brought his Discord on live to his live stream, and I couldn't even get a thought generated in my brain because it was just guys talking all over each other, and then some dude come on and was talking about the order book and indicators that let him know where it was going second by second by second by second, and maybe so, and maybe savant like as well. However, the utility to use something so minuscule in such a, you couldn't use that in any way, shape, or form to execute any kind of trades to become profitable in any way, shape, or form. Hey, there's a 1 at 32.35. That means it's going to go, oh, there it is. I told you it was going there. Like, shit like that. And I just felt as if that was a complete waste of my time, my ears, my energy, and, again, it can't be utilized. And I'm in the business, of not wasting my time. Time is the most valuable commodity. And it's, yeah. So once that went on for I think an hour straight one day, and I was like, nah, I'm good, man. I can't do this anymore. And I'm not shitting you. I think it was 3 weeks later, I had seen on Twitter somebody was saying yo, man, dude, I was on there and dude was talking about how the order book has these indicators, and it was 3 weeks later, and I'm like, oh my lord, they're still on there talking about this? Couldn't do it past that, man. But yeah, a minute or two. I'll be watching every night. Set up to do it. Really, mate. Tell my boy he has to start coming by the live stream. I just told him, you'll have to start coming by and telling these folks how awesome me and my fractals are. Laugh my ass off. This is one of the UK trader dudes. He says he's always on live streams and stuff during the day and trading and that. And I said, yeah, me too. I said, I'll be live streaming market hours every day now that I'm set up to do it. And he said, brilliant, mate, with praise hands. He's happy for me. Good deal, man. I'm praising you. And I wrote back and I told him, I said, you'll have to start coming by and telling these folks how awesome me and my fractals are. Agreed, very micro focused. Yeah, and hype. Yeah, displaced hype. like displaced hype. Like 1 minute we're talking like this, and the next minute, you know. And yeah, I just, again, not talking bad about nobody. Astro, I'm not talking bad about you. I'm just, you're not my cup of tea as far as when I'm trying to work and concentrate and think. It's, I gotta be, I gotta be chill, calm, cool, collected. Once I cash out, yeah, things can get a little fun sometimes. But yeah, day trading had been pushed so hard lately. Feels like everyone is obsessed with the micro movements and not the macro mindset. 100 bazillion gazillion %. Again, the whole YouTuber thing and influence slash influencer thing, I think contributed to that a lot, because here's again the other appeal that I wanted to show is like, um, I'm not rich, by any by anyone's imagination. I'm not, and a lot of these guys and gals got money, and they have the ability to hold 70,000 shares of AMC and then day trade with 100,000 plus. I mean, some of these guys that are promoting this are you know, are millionaires. I mean, I know a couple guys that I see on Twitter. You know, I mean, they got millions, like 7, 8, 9 million that they trade with, and the concept people don't get. You know, if they're preaching take fucking profits, well, somebody who's afraid to lose the $2,000 that they've got to day trade with, and then can't touch again for 2 days after they do it. So when they do invest it and put it into something, they want to get a return that's good enough that pays for the 2 days, because they take it out of commission. And on the flip side of that, the guys that are pumping and promoting and talking day trade, they're cashing out at 4%. You know, granted, I see some big crazy runners, which, you know, when the market permits, but you know, and then there's these other small guys sitting around waiting for 20, 25 minimum, and they're getting crushed, right? So it all looks good. It all looks flashy and fun on Twitter, and the Rolexes and the cars and the parties and you know, all that. I mean, that's what I was getting at earlier when I was talking a lot, when I said about the just the whole appeal of me wanting to do me on here like this, because yeah, it's the realism is not there, and I needed to provide myself with a place, and I knew if I was like that, there were gonna be more like that. I'm not rich. I don't have that kind of money to day trade something at 3%. You know, once a week. I'm not on leverage. I'm on a cash account. It's all my money that I work my ass off for. And I'm trying little by little by little, and I'm trying to find my way, which I have. So, but yeah, people are they're you know, it's kind of like flaunting cars and watches and stuff. It's flashy, it's new. It's like, oh man, I want that. Oh man, can you imagine having that money? Well, just do what I do, man. I call out the plays, take fucking profits. All you gotta do is follow me. You know, shit like that. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. You're 100% right, Poke. Yeah, I can't. There's too much noise in his stream for me. Yeah. Yep. So, but again, to be honest, I honestly think a lot of YouTubers aren't trying to figure anything out. They're in it for the money because of no. Right. That's the thing. They've monetized people. Trey said it the other day. I like Trey. I mean, I have a few things that, but he literally put a tweet out, and I almost lashed out in a comment back, because he said something about people being a commodity or something like that, and I'm thinking, you know, but that's it. That's what it has. when I was saying about the money and the lines, jeez, I must be getting tired. Um, the revenue, the streams of multiple streams of revenue that they've created on this whole thing out of people, and out of people's pockets, not out of their time like this to come in here to provide them some value, you know. And no, they're not. I mean, I remember months ago, all the YouTubers banding together saying the DD's over. Man, the play is what it is. You put your money in it, you forget about it, and you walk away. Well, I got news, man, and I said this on one of Trey's videos before. Not everybody's got that kind of money, dude. And the people that are putting money into this thing that are like me are putting everything they have in it, in both GameStop and others too, and and AMC and you name it, Prague and BBIG, and it's not just put it in and forget it. People are keeping track. Like, nobody wants to lose that. They can't afford to lose it, and don't put in what you can't afford to lose. Shut up. You know what I mean? Like, listen, man, people do, because it has been presented to people as your one and only opportunity. This is it. This is what you've been waiting for. If you just put it in there and hold it, we're going to, that's how it was sold back then when this all started. And man, it's, it is what it's. So anyways, they can't relate to that because they've now made it. They've made money. And they can't relate to. So when I hear people using those sayings and talking to the community and to the retail investors like that, man, they're disconnected, man, because, they're disconnected. So what I wanted to do was provide the community and the retail community someone who is them, but somebody who can be a shoulder to lean on, and somebody who can converse and provide this platform, and who would step out of their comfort zone to do that, but is them and not the other. So, yep. You guys know I'm special mention. Yep. That kid is way too erratic. Yeah, big time. Yeah, I'm glad you're mentioning this. A lot of people don't have money like that, me included. Yeah, no, I mean, shit, I don't either. I mean, like, listen, I for real tried to stream a while back on an old piece of shit Samsung phone that I had, and it worked, but it sucked because I couldn't have my charts on the screen, and I couldn't have me on the screen, and I had to wait to get to this point to be able to, like, I don't either. I mean, almost every dollar I have, full disclosure, almost every dollar I have is in assets right now, attempting to create, because that's the only way to do it. It's leverage. You have to have leverage. You have to create leverage. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you. So, I just saw a thing, and this is what bothers me. These people say that shit to people like us, and then I see a post from a guy last night, or a tweet from a guy last night saying, damn, my stream keeps buffering. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to make a note. I need to fix stream. A guy posted last night about how he has, hell yeah, he's got $7 million. He's got, what do you say? I got 12 or 10 or 11, 12K in my checking account and $7 million in assets right now. And he's like, why? Because I'm trying to buy myself, and buy myself freedom. And he kind of said the same thing as I said. And I'm thinking, aren't you one of the guys that's always telling people don't invest more than you can lose, and don't do, like, come on, dude. Like, that's what we do, on a level this compared to where, but yet these people feel like they can preach, and so, Yeah, I'm with y'all, man. I'm with y'all. My bank account won't run is because everything is an asset. Yeah, me too. Me too, man. 100%. 100%. I bet you I don't even have $100 sitting in my checking right now. I think I remove like hundreds at a time as I need it, as I go, and I leave everything else sitting to try to multiply it, because it makes no sense to me to just leave it sitting in my checking account. So as I need it, I pull from here, I pull from there, I liquidate that, I do, that's how real, like, the street retail, that's how we're doing it. And if anybody tries to tell you, oh, don't do that, blah, 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 they're full of shit and they're disconnected. They have forgotten where they've either forgotten where they've come from, or they never started there to begin with. Taking a look here, we dipped a little bit here, didn't we? Hopefully let's look at, yeah, hopefully she catches right there. Right there again. Same, have to pull money from my trading profits every month to pay for rent. Hell yeah, dude. I do that shit every fucking month and every other, like for my medicine and stuff I take, man, I gotta do the same shit. It's crazy. I leave everything sitting there like man, if this week's the week, dude, shit would be badass. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I know, Subi. I mean, listen, that's my whole point. Funny, if you look at April 12th, and the other days going into Christmas Eve will be slightly higher where we are now. Then we really go up. Them guys want us sad during Christmas. Hell yeah, they do, Crystal. Was that Crystal? Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah, they do. Yeah, we're dipping, but you're keeping me sane. Good. That's all that matters. We're good. Listen, don't worry about this. Like I said, we're going to build out always. This is why I do this. Like, listen, before this ever happened, I always sit here with the 1 minute and the 4 hour, because there's times I'll look at this 1 minute and be like, oh, like right here, let's look at this. This used to be the old me. This used to be the old me. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck? Oh my god. This is unreal. This is unbelievable. Can't even believe this, dude. When are they gonna step in and do something about this? That used to be the old me. I swear to God. So what what I've learned, and yeah, this kind of zooming out's one thing, but what I've learned is this kind of zooming out changes lives. This changes perspective. This will change your life. You feel me? This will change your perspective, and this will change your life. So, ever since I realized that, I always have the 1 minute with my trusty, rusty 4 hour projection. And like I said, I'm going to try to see if I can figure out a way where I can have, I wonder if I could do split screen with both full screen. But yeah, Crystal, you're right. They're going to play on emotions over the holidays. You already know that. Look what they just did over Thanksgiving. And they're still doing. Listen, it lines up with the emotional everything. It lines up with the options chain. I just read that to you from that trader. Everything lines up. And visually, it lines up with itself when comparative. And the fractal time period of 88 days lines up. Clear down to the measurement of fractal shapes all line up, which then all combine together give us the 88 day overall to the next takeoff point. So, it's just, again, now, can that change? Yes. Will that change? I hope not. But, can it? Yeah, 100%. they just changed it on us. Like, I hope dude comes on here so he can. I want him. I would love to hear his perspective of 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago? It was. I don't know. The 12th. Yeah, it was. It was 2 weeks ago on Friday, the 12th. And I had bought call options like on, I don't know, the week before, just like I did today in the dip. I thought we're gonna go up, come down a little bit. We're gonna build like a run like this out, and then we're gonna go up here. We're gonna make the next fractal start. We're gonna come down. We're gonna dip. We're gonna bang, and then we're going to the moon. So I'm just gonna buy them here somewhere, and I'm gonna hold them, and we're gonna go. And that's what I did. And then I was sitting here looking at. Yeah, there's 145s. Then I was sitting here looking at just the charts, and I'm like, oh shit, they changed something. Something's not right. And I started looking, I started scouring through charts and everything, and I saw it on GME first. I saw the June GME stunt, and I said, that's it. That's what they're doing. And it was like 3 minutes till 4 p.m. Eastern, close the market. And I don't want to hold these calls over the weekend. Boom, sold them. Monday it went up a little bit. Tuesday started to freaking to where we're at now, and I was like, it'd be cool to hear him tell that, because I was messaging him and I was saying, dude, I think I found something. Check this out. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at that. I think this was before I was like, I'm like, something doesn't feel right. I feel like they're going the opposite direction and this and that. And he's like, no, man, I talked to the options guys, and they said the options chain's super bullish, man. We're going to 50s by Tuesday. Well, they've been saying 50s by Tuesday for going on, 4 weeks, and 3 weeks, and the entire time I've been calling downside, and him and I have been laughing about it, because now he's like, yeah, I think I like the fractal world with you a lot better. Let's see. There's over 124,000 contracts for those January 145s. Yeah, it's stupid amount. Said in an interview that his algos use human emotion to implement their trading strategies. He can't be the only one who programs their algos the same way. Well, right. No, the entire system, stock market, is run off of them. And they literally, I truly believe this, they have multiples and they have variables. And I believe they have, complete setups, like start to finish, like let's run that one. And then I believe they have these variable ones that they can interject and say, hey, throw in a subsection, or throw in A1 for till Thursday. Throw A1 on AMC till Thursday, and then on Thursday put it back to A, like shit like that. And it's all the click of a freaking button, and it lands, and it just. I truly believe that. I truly believe it is market wide. I truly believe that is the reality in which we're living in, and I truly believe that's why I have started to become very successful at the swing trades that I'm making, because I have identified the realistic totality of what this is outside of the minute thinking of we're apes, which I am, and I, whatever, but we're, and we need this to moon right now type of thing. Like, I mean, it very well could, and I hope it does, but it's so much bigger, and when you realize the scale in which this stuff's operating, It's insane. Yeah, 100%, Bruce. I mean, look what they just did. That's what I was saying. Like, yo, we were at 44. What was it? 44.34. Look at this shit. We were at, yeah, 44. I don't know, 50. Let's just call it. It's 44.34. Right there it is. We were at 44.34 on the 16th. 2 weeks ago, we were more than $10 per share higher than where we were or where we are right now. I mean, seriously, think about that. And we had a holiday in there where we had a day off and a half a day of trading. So we had a day and a half worth of no trading in there. So, like, it's insane. We had, like, 8.5 days. So 8.5 days of trading ago, we were at $10 per share more than where we're at right now. And they did that over Thanksgiving, right here. It's insane. And look. Look at this. Right before Christmas break. Look, December 24th. You see where we're at on December 24th? Look, people. Please look. If you're not. This isn't where I'm saying for sure, but this is my projection. Look where we're going to be on Christmas Eve. Look what comes before Christmas, the week before Christmas. This is what Crystal was talking about, or was that Bruce? One of you guys, either Crystal or Bruce, I can't remember who said it, but look at this shit. This was Thanksgiving, the week leading up to Thanksgiving, and this is the week leading up to Christmas. Yes, sir. I'm betting my money on it. I don't recommend that you bet yours. It's not financial advice, but I'm betting mine on it. Crazy multiple sources said the top 1% of the most wealthy owns 89% of the market. Pure greed and lobbying and corruption. 1 bazillion%, man. Seems based off the fractals we could have a very good mid to end January. Do you think there would be a reason why it would line up like that to be almost a year after the big GME run? Do you think there would be a reason why it would line up? No, I mean not off the top of my head. I'd have to really, I guess, maybe suit up as one of them for a little bit mentally to, and outside of the regulation generating machine that I think we have become, uh, and things like that. And then obviously, the capital gains tax and how that could potentially affect them and their positions. That's my initial instinct is somehow, I mean, because obviously they're conflicted and it's a conflict of interest for them to even be, for anything that they're doing. I mean, but how how that would all affect their positioning for this if it were to either run up or MOS. I think that would have something to do with it. That's my guess. When we were at 44.34, did you know we were going to where we are now? Yes. That's why I just said 10 minutes ago, when I hope when my dude, the one UK guy comes in here, I want him to talk about this. This is on the 12th is when I sold my option contracts right here. And I started studying right here. When we took this dip right here, I knew something was up because it wasn't following my original projection for this fractal was to play out like the end of this one is. So like this whole ending here was here, and almost everybody had it like that. This is where everybody was like, dude, we're going to the moon like this week, like blah blah blah, like at the beginning of next week, man, we're breaking out of the pennant. Well, when this happened, this is when I had bought, what was it, I'm sorry, I said the 12th. I didn't mean the 12th. So I knew, I did mean it. Where the fuck am I? I knew right here. I knew on the 16th. No, I knew on the 12th. It was a Friday. I think it was a Friday I sold. It was because it did. Okay. Yep. So I knew here because I sold on the 12th, and then on Monday and Tuesday we had some more upside that I missed out on. But this is what I saw coming, and I saw it here. And I text him. I was messaging him on the 12th saying something's not right. This thing's making some movements that aren't lining up with the fractal that it's been on this entire time. And prior to that, I had said, not only to him, but my inner circle personally, I've been saying, when I was telling you guys about it, I said, oh, it can't be this simple. I kept telling them, like, they're never gonna, like, they watch what all of us do and talk about in social media. They know that we're on to this shit. And they see that the majority are projecting the same thing right now. They're never gonna let this thing rip under these circumstances, ever. I don't see it happening unless they're set up for it. They're never gonna let that happen. And I said, this feels like a setup. It's too easy. There's no way. So I was really being paranoid, and I was really looking for anything that might indicate to me that they're switching shit up on us. And that's what I did. And I saw whatever, well, I don't even remember what it was off the top of my head, but I saw something in here. And on the afternoon of the 12th, the calls that I was holding, expecting this thing to go boom, 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 I sold them. And my buddy was saying, no, we still got the options guys are still saying we're ripping, man. We're going to the 50s by Tuesday. Well, Monday, Tuesday, I missed this upside from here to there. I missed that upside on my calls. I'm fine with that because I think I bought them down here somewhere. But I missed this upside here. And this little portion. And then when we got here, and he's like, hey, and we talked on Friday, and we still got upside. And I said, well, I'm telling you, man, something's not right. And I already made my mind up. I sold my calls. I got rid of them because I think they're switching shit up on us. And I think instead of continuing out the fractal and running uphill, I think we're going to be flipped and we're going down. And I started that weekend. I worked here in my office all weekend at my screens trying to find where we were and where they were taking us, because the path that we had been on for all those months had diverted, and I just didn't know where we were going and which one we were. So all weekend, I mean, Oh, I put them in my thing. I literally here. I'll show you. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys so you see this shit. Look at this shit. All weekend, I sat here. Look at this shit. I sat here all weekend and broke everything down. GameStop and AMC, trying to find, identifying properties, repetitive properties, level differences, percentage differences, differences within those percentage gains and losses, pointing out their likenesses and dislikes, the opposites and attracts and everything else. I mean, literally, what happened every time, what happened opposite. I sat here all weekend while I was scouring through charts, doing all this, trying to find where the hell we were and what we were doing and where they were taking us. And going into that following Monday, I still was unsure. I had an idea, but I was unsure. And I hadn't slept that Sunday night. And Monday for the market, Monday for the market, I woke up, or I'm sorry, I hadn't slept Sunday night, so I was up. So I had eaten lunch, and I sat here till lunchtime, and I had eaten lunch and everything, and I went and sat down, and I ended up falling asleep. Well, then I had a dream, and in my dream, this is crazy, I know this, but in my dream, my subconscious told me, stop looking at AMC for AMC. Go look at GameStop, and what they did to GameStop is what they're doing to AMC. And I woke up from my little nap, and that was all that was running through my head. So I came back out here and sat down at my desk, and I started going through GameStop, and I went to June, and when I saw how they stunted it in June, I took that fractal, and I went to AMC, but I went the whole way back to January, and I started going through trying to match it up. And when I got to April, wham, it set right in on it. And as soon as I set it in on it, I was like, there it is. And that's when I started putting out, that's when I put out the first tweet about it saying, in my opinion, this is the one. Check this out. And so far, so good. We're still, so far, so good. And on nothing but positive. After, man, this thing's like, would it line up like that for almost a year? Did we know where we were going now? Yeah, so I just told you that story. Yep. And on nothing but positive news for Amy. Yeah, it's manufactured. Yeah, 100% manufactured. Good question, Subi. Yep. Thank you, Subi. Hope that was a good enough answer. I think you got it right with the way it's lining up with the holiday. Tax implications make sense to me. Thanks for letting us pick your brain. Whoa, so they're playing extremely dirty to where you have to pull up other tickers. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I had to, because it was in AMC. As we see, it was in the April, it's the April fractal, but I don't know that I would have been able to identify, because this fractal hadn't played out. You get what I'm saying? So to take a half a fractal and put it there and say, yeah, that's it, wouldn't have, when you only had like or take a whole fractal and do an overlay on an eighth of a fractal, it would have just been guesswork. So, but what happened was I remember months ago in May and June, I remember how they stunted GameStop. I remember watching GameStop get stunted and AMC got to rip. And I was like, why did they do that? Like, there were only a couple reasons in my mind that came to mind why they would do that. And however, I chalked it up, noted it in my brain, and filed it away for don't forget. Well, when I saw the movement at the bottom of that where I showed you, when I saw the movement down here, whatever it was that keyed me off, I'd have to pull up the other one to show you, or to try to remember what the hell it was that triggered that thought, especially for me to sell all those contracts that were green and thinking that we were going to the moon. But I don't know. But I remember that, so I thought, I wonder if that's what they're doing. I wonder if it's AMC's turn and then GameStop's turn. I wonder. So that's why I started going through over the weekend. Let me see what are similar and what are opposites, and let me see if I can identify any repetitive things in nature throughout all of them, like both GameStop and AMC from January till now. And that's what I did. I went through both of them, like in their entirety, I was taking percentage gains for the moves throughout the entire pennant and then comparing them to themselves to see what the difference in percentage moves was from beginning and what was there I was in a hole all weekend, and I was just exhausted, and I come Monday morning I wanted to trade, and I couldn't do nothing because I didn't know what to do. And I was like, damn, dude, this is the first time in over 6 months that I haven't known or felt like I knew where we were going. And I was getting scared. I was like, shit, what am I going to do? Like, this is my entire existence for trading for the last almost year. Like, what am I supposed to do? And I fell asleep. I was eating lunch, sitting on my recliner, taking a break away from the screens, and I fell asleep sitting up. And then when I woke up, that was what was on my mind. Go look at GameStop and go back. Quit looking at AMC for AMC. So I did. I went back, and then I remembered, oh shit, that's right, June. And blah, 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 blah. And then when I overlaid June onto April of AMC, it was over. I was done. I was like, that's it. I got it. And I sent my boy a message. I'm like, yo, I got it. By that point, we were going up Monday and Tuesday, and he was like, oh yeah, hey, cool, yeah. Well, later in the week, he was like, oh, damn, dude. Damn, bro. Like, you were right. Yeah. I'm like, dude, I was like, I was in a hole looking for the answer. And I found it, but it wasn't, that's why I'm convicted for this one. I could be wrong again. And again, they can switch it up. And I'm not even going to say I'm going to be wrong again, because here we are, what? Where are we at right now? Today's the 30th. I did this on the 12th, y'all. Just this little bit on the 12th. Just this tiny bit. But had I not done that, I would have lost my ass. But, I'm 12 and 8 is 20 and 10. So I'm 18 days since then that have played out exactly to a T. Since I realized they're doing it, and since I overlaid and said this is where we're going, we have literally 18 days in a row now have been, almost perfect. Like, as perfect as you're going to get in this world, as far as I'm concerned. Let's see here. So they're playing, yeah, the tickets. I think GameStop, GME has it right. They're releasing an NFT soon. They're going to fly. Not too big on AIM because anyone and their dead blind grandmother could see the manipulation. Yeah, and he isn't moving. Yeah, I agree. He's what I don't understand about AA. And this is, if I ever had a chance, and I wish if he followed me, and I wish he would, because I would DM him, and this is what I would ask him. I would say 2 years ago, you went on live television. I believe it was CNBC. and you made a comment about the company and about the stock price, and you made a comment about short sellers, and you said how you felt like they were messing around, that the short sellers were messing around with the stock price. Now he's made the statement a couple times. I know he made it on Trace Trade's interview the one time, how he can't comment on the stock price and on how the stock moves, and he can't comment on short sellers and this and that. What changed? What changed? Because from this side of things, what changed is you now have an investor backing, an investor base that you've never had. What happened is your job just got saved. What happened is that company just got saved. And now all of a sudden, that would be my question. That is the one thing. All this other shit about the whatever, all the other shit that's been spewed about him and about the dilution and that blah blah blah. All of that, I can push this side a little bit. That right there is what bothers me. And that's all I'd ask him. Remember when you went on CNBC and you said stock price, yada yada yada, and the shorts, they were short selling, and they were messing with the stock price? What changed from now till then? Because now all of a sudden, not only can you not speak about that, the stock price or short sellers, but now your stance is, I'm the CEO, I do what's best for the business. The stock price is the stock price, has nothing to do with me. So that would be the only thing. That'd be the only thing I'd say. And just leave it at that. And just let them know, like, listen, bro, everybody wants to, like, go about all these other things. That's the one thing that I see, like, because realistically, if he spoke up and said something, was like, hey, something's going on. Like, dude, you guys already know. You already know. So, yeah. Exactly what company guy said. People are saying, oh, he doesn't know us anything, but they're the same ones hoping for us. But how the heck is one of us going to happen with AMC having a cap on its price grid? Right, well, and I mean, that's the whole thing. I don't know. Yeah, very good. Yeah. That's very good, Subi. Uh, I mean, here's the deal. I don't feel like he owes me anything. I don't feel like I get what you're saying. I just want to elaborate. I don't feel like. Oops, sorry guys, I hit the mic again. I don't feel like I have an entitlement to where this man owes me something. Because me alone can do nothing for him and has done nothing for him. The collectivity of what has happened, though, coincidentally, I believe he owes it to the investors to, at some point, make some sort of move outside of running the business based on the fact that he's made statements before, just a couple years ago, on live television, on financial television, about this exact thing happening. So I believe he does owe it to the group to take a stand for them in some aspect as they have for him, which is, I believe, what you're getting at. But as far as like MOAS and how would that happen with them having a cap on the price and the volume stuff, well, I was getting at that earlier. Like these guys, this is what the whole like hedges are fucked and we own the float and all those sayings mean. Like, they have, in my mind, they have two options. Option A is they keep extending the pennant. And the only way to keep doing that is to, obviously, the price movement and the fractal movements within it have to get smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually it has nowhere to go but out of it one way or the other. And buy and hold and buy some more was like, literally, it is the code to beat, because as long as buy, hold, and buy keeps happening throughout all of it and never stops, if it comes to that point, the price doesn't break down. It has to break up. That's one. Or two, they do, like I said earlier, they start a Tesla like squeeze, and they build out a pennant. They break it up a little bit. They relieve some pressure. They do some covering. They play the upside simultaneously. They create liquidity for themselves. They build out another accumulation pennant. And then they let it break up, release it, and then they just do that for as long as they can, hoping that throughout the entire process, if enough people eventually get to their selling point, one way or the other, whether it's financially motivated or whether it's motivated by impatience or whatever, that it's enough over time that they can get out of their situation, which it could be infinity for all we know, but I think that's their mindset. It's one of the two. But either way, as long as we have persistence and resilience and the ability to shut the emotions off and not, and recognize exactly what's happening instead of like the hoopla and the hype and then that's where you're going to make your most money. Those are the people that are going to become successful from this trade. Are those ones, the ones that have the ability, they've been in it long enough, or just have that ability to disconnect from it emotionally, to look at the entire scope of everything that's happened, everything that's happening, know what the possibilities are, what the everything is, like from top to bottom and left to right, and can sit back and say, listen, and that doesn't mean we don't do DD and stuff, because who knows, there could come a break sometime that will tip this thing, and that's what we keep digging for. But until then, we know that it's gonna, whether it's release pressure or whether it's drag the pennant out and let it break, as long as if we can keep conviction in it, on each scenario, it keeps going up little by little by little until eventually one of two things happen. Until eventually either they end up bleeding it out long enough to, and when I say bleeding it, I don't mean down bleeding it, but bleeding money out enough to where they can't do it anymore, where regulation gets to the point where something triggers it, or they bleed it enough liquidity out of their own pockets to suffice us enough over time that enough of us get out that it starts coming back down, and then they can start doing their thing and make that money back on the way down and then get out of it. That's my theory on the whole thing. Thank you, Subi. What do you say? I will spam your comments. You looking to monetize social media? Quite right. Yeah, if I could create a couple or one stream of cash flow as long as it's not out of people's pockets per se, i.e. etc. What did he say? I will spam your comments. I said, I don't care. Do it. Give me 1 second, Subi. I'll get to the next question here in a second. It's Alright. By any chance, do you play puts on AMC? Yeah, I have. Yeah. I tend to. So, what I've found with puts on AMC is. um, I don't know if it's the I, and I'm assuming it's the IV and everything on them, and the Greeks, but the puts I have found are not worth the leverage that you have to, like the liquidity leverage, the money you have to pay for the premiums for what you make on the put side of it. On the flip side, what I have found is with the calls, especially if your entry is on point, if your entry is on point, okay, I'll get to the next one. If your entry's on point, you can enter at a good time where IV and the Greeks are in favor of you, and the upside to the call versus the premium that you put out makes sense. It makes more sense. Do I play them actively? No. Have I? Yes. Like I said, I a few times, and I found, and I was green in all of them really. But what I had, and I don't have any. I didn't have any for this. This was $10 per share down, and I didn't have any. I have found that it doesn't make sense to me, like what the amount of money I have to pay in premiums for what I end up getting in return with them. Just doesn't make sense to me. Now, like for instance, today, if had and I probably would have played one today had I not been doing all this. If I was really convinced that 1 hour or that 4 hour candle was gonna at least do what its former self did in the fractal that we used to compare for this one, for this time period, and then it ended up playing out being, I think at one point we were down 11 something percent. Yeah, I mean that would have been a home run put today. That would have been a home run put as far as profit and being green on. You could have entered any time after, in the first hour of open, and you'd have made bank today. You'd have printed pretty good today on that. But yeah, I don't know. I just for whatever reason, combine Greeks and IV Crush, all that option mumbo jumbo. It seems to affect the put side way more. And also I want to add this too. So I I feel like the possibility of, and I use the term home run today loosely. I don't want to say it. Today would have been a nice double in comparison to what I'm about to say. What have found, and I think we have found with AMC, is that AMC has found it's comfortable up here at these levels, right? And it's finding its base. I mean, like across the board, you're talking a pennant that's been playing out this long, the base of its bottom. Um, so there's only so much downside risk right now as far as reward per that risk, right? You understand what I'm saying? So there's only so much downside, so there's only so much green profit side to puts right now. Whereas there's an opportunity on the call side for AMC to, and if you're in on them, and it does a 7x, a 5x, a 10x, a 30x, that's a home run. So I just feel like the downside to AMC doesn't have that, and for the effort that it takes and the leverage and the liquidity that it takes to be in a downside position on AMC, the reward just and the possibility of reward isn't there to justify that much money because they're expensive. Then in comparison to the upside and playing the calls. Question: when trading, before entering a trade, do you have a target to where you'd like to exit the trade, or do you trade then have a set percentage gain? I never go off set percentage gains. I always go off price action targets. Always. Never use percentage gains. I have like a take profit, like if I'm not sure, like if I'm playing a lotto, if I'm playing a lotto play, a lotto scalp on an auction, um, yeah, I mean, if I see, I'm like those guys, take fucking profits. Like, if it's something, and I hit it right, and it's like poof, and I'm up to like 40% or 60, yeah, I take it. If it's a lotto play like that, which I don't play a lot of those, because that's gambling. If I wanted to gamble, there's casinos, there's slot machines, and I'd just go do that. And that's not what I'm here to do. But typically, when I'm playing swings, I use price targets. I use levels, support and resistance levels. I know you want to grow your channel, but let's face it, they are not going to let us figure out the algo. Maybe it will change. Hey, man, what's with the Debbie Downer shit, dude? I don't think me figuring out the algo has anything to do with growing my channel. I mean, I think it's a utilization for me to have that, and if that, but that's not the only value I feel that I bring. Nor uh, nor do they have a choice of whether or not I figure it out or not. I have that choice and ability to do that. Like, unless I turn into Trey and Matt combined and have a million followers, me figuring out their algo uh, is something that I like. And you're right, they will change it, and they did change it, and then I figured it out again. Even if it's briefly, that's a win in my book. So I don't see that as a disadvantage in any way. Like I said, I had that feeling on the 12th where I said something's up, something changed. I'm out. I'm getting out of my position of my calls, and I need to figure out where we're at and what's going on. Then I found it, then boom, that's gonna keep happening. Like, I said that exact same thing back when that was happening. I said there is no way they're gonna let this play out, knowing that social media and the apes are loaded on this projection of this is the breakout, this is the pennant breakout, and this is where we're going. There's no way that's gonna happen, and And I was right, and I was paranoid about it, and I knew that there was going to be a flip somewhere, and I found it, and then I was worried. Like I said, I freaked. I mean, I went through an entire weekend of like, I mean, it was insane. And the DD that I have is insane because I found things that I never even knew existed that don't even have anything to do with this because I was just digging to try to find one little thing that would give me some insight as to where are we going, what have they done, and where are we going. And I found it, thank God. And but yeah, I mean, it's going to be an ever evolving, ever changing thing. I know that. But that's kind of like where my thought process was in doing this was if people if I can find people like me or people that are interested in it as much as me and that want to put some work in and some time and they can develop the ability to see this the way I see it or see it in a way that allows them to find it as I have found it and then project on it and we can do that in a somehow way that we share that information with each other, um, the more eyes on it, the better because when it changes, something I may not see, you may see and say, "Holy shit, Chuck, I found it, man! Here it is," and I might be in here going through papers like a, you know what I'm saying? So that's part of my entire concept is, and I think I will grow. Like I said, I think me myself, even without this, I think me just being on here I can do options trading, I can do, and just me being on here to bullshit with and talk through things and be realistic about things. I think I bring value to people, just being me. Um, so as far as connecting, growing my channel to them changing their algo, they're gonna change it, man. And my whole goal is I'm gonna find it and I'm gonna try to pass this on to enough people that if I'm not the one that find it, at least somebody within my circle does, and we can get right back on track and say, aha, here they are, this is what they're doing, let's go. We see our indicator, we see our confirmation move, and we're back in. So if we got to back out and sit out for, and like I said, this is everywhere, man. This isn't just AMC and GameStop. The idea here too is to find the other ones, right? I found this one, and I found one other one, I believe. If we can find the rest of them, and if I can find more than what I've found, and then you find these stocks that are playing with them, I mean, we don't even have to. We just we don't have to worry about this. We can let's go to this one. We can name them ourselves, and then go play. Hey, what's this one? What's underneath this one? What's all running under this algo? Blah 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 blah. And then we can start. Listen, there's a plan here. There's a method behind the madness down the road. But that's the whole goal. They're gonna change, and I want to combat that with a group of information sharing people that are like-minded and have a vision that can pick these things off, and we can be the counter to that. So. What state do you live in? Pennsylvania right now. What state do you live in? Sue B, thank you. Subi, you're not gonna lie, I've been following you for a while on Twitter and I wanted you to be wrong so bad, sorry. And you weren't, and now I'm here. I guess I'm just like that British guy. Shake my head. Yeah, like, I don't listen, don't say sorry, don't say you're sorry. I don't take that as a attack anyway, like, I thought I was gonna be wrong a lot of times. And I was blown out when it was right, and I was like, "There's no way, like, there's no way that this can be happening." Miami here, cool. I just moved. I used to live in Orlando, for years, like 15 years. I just moved back up. This is my like where I was born and raised in Pennsylvania. Like a little less than 2 years ago, I got sick and diagnosed with cancer, and I came home from Orlando to seek treatment and be with family and stuff up here, and then have been here ever since. But yeah, you're like the British guy. Yeah, no, listen, it's all good. Like when I was seeing things too, people were putting out. This is why I got in it, because I was like, I would see guys being wrong, people getting upset, and people being worked up and being like, oh, you're letting people down, and there's two sides to any kind of projection. You know what I mean? And it's like nothing's an exact science here, you know, and I get why emotions are attached because, like we talked earlier about the money, but and people's money and being out everything, and people thinking this is their one and only chance, and but yeah, no worries, Subi, like no worries at all. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you acknowledging me, acknowledging what I'm doing, what I'm trying to put out, and what I'm trying to exude here, and what I'm trying to change and stand for and create, and wanting to be a part of it, wanting to be a mod and offering that as well. All of it's cool as shit. So, yeah, I appreciate that a lot. A lot, a lot, a lot. And I'm glad I was right, damn it. Proved your ass was wrong. Man, sorry to hear that. How are you doing with cancer? Oh, thanks. It's all good. So I've had two surgeries. I had one in May, one in December on my spine. I was on bed rest from December till May, almost June, and I'm doing okay. There's still a little bit that is in my spine. I think it was like zero point 0.7 centimeters still left back there, and but the pain has subsided tremendously. I'm moving again, and honestly, this is the best I've felt in 2 years. That's how trading came about, though. You know, I had to quit working, be in bed rest. I had to come up not only with something financially for myself, for the moment, and then potentially the future, which now is my future and will be. But I had to do something to occupy myself mentally while I was laid up. I'm a very busy person, both mentally and physically, so that was a big hit for me, to just be confined to an area like that. And this is what I elected to dig into. So, but yeah, best I felt in 2 years, man. Thank you for asking me. Mike Wazowski. Yeah, I've heard of Mike. Also has good calls. Not sure if you follow him. He called for today's drop as well. Awesome. Yeah, I think I'll have to check when I end the stream and stuff, and once I get back on social media. Now I'm gonna take a break and go eat some dinner and shit because I haven't eaten all day. I'm going to I'll check him out. Same. Sorry to hear you're battling cancer. Hope you kick his ass for real. Thank you. So yeah. The battle's been the last 2 years, to be honest with you. Right now, it's almost, I hate to say it, but it's like it's comparatively it's been easy street. The hard part for me was the last 2 years. It was very, very rough, but I am at a place now where I haven't had any treatments, any medications since May or June, and I have periodic scans where I got to go and have my back scanned to see if it's grown or moved or whatever, and I've been back to, well, I was going every 2 months. They had me going every 2 months, and they still do technically, and I think I'm supposed to go like in December, but ever since the medicine stopped, treatment stopped, and all that, there hasn't been a scan yet that's come back that it's grown or moved or gotten worse. So it's staying the way it is. The pain's been good, and I've been doing good. But thank you. I can maybe help you with it, but requires lifestyle changes. My father came down with cancer in March, and I've read 3 books, listened to countless podcasts. I found out the big pharma is corrupt. Yeah, they're super corrupt. Then June came around, and I saw the AMC run up and chased. I'm bleeding right now, but now see this corruption. I've lost so much hope in our government, media, etc.
I can lead you to some sources. My father has stage 4, and he's totally changed his lifestyle. Doctor is surprised with progress.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Well, first off, I'm sorry that that you're getting crushed right now. Obviously, you bought at the top. Um, I'm glad to hear you're still diamond handed and holding on. I believe that persistence, and I hope with all my heart, and I will be as real with you as I can possibly be with what I see, to not in any way, shape, or form amp you up or pump you up for anything kind of false hope or anything like that. I hope that what we see in our future is not only to get back there for you, but to exceed that, and make this all worth that for you. Um, I'm all natural right now, minus this fucking thing. But I used to smoke cigarettes, and I haven't in a long, long time now. But I've made a lot of lifestyle changes: my food, my diet, my alkaloids, my vitamin mineral intake, my reduced red meat consumption, things like that. I've done a lot, but anything you got that you think may help me, that maybe helped your father, I would 1 bazillion% uh, sit down and read or listen to or whatever it is that you send me. Um, Also, uh, pray for your father and for your family, and I hope he's doing all right. And I get it, and it sucks. And I hope in some way, shape, or form that works out for him and for you and for your family. And get rid of that thing. I know. Mm. Progress. Yeah. All right. Best of luck with everything. Glad to hear it's turning around. Some for you. Cancer sucks. Scary stuff. Yeah. Thank you, Poke. Watch the stage 4 cancer patients go to an alternate route that become cancer free. We don't hear these stories. Yeah, 100%. Especially with like cannabis and THC and things like that, for sure. Crystal pools and smells. I feel you on that. But I think what Extreme Gains is doing is joining them. If you can't beat them, join them. Yep. I'm just trying to beat them at their own game. I'm not really joining them. I'm just trying to accept what it is that they're doing, and I'm trying to combat that with a method and a tactical plan to exploit it, to benefit off of that exploitation. Poke, I'm off. Thanks for all the knowledge today. Be back tomorrow. Thanks, Poke. See you tomorrow, man. Thanks for being here. If you didn't leave a like and follow and that stuff, leave one on the way out. I think you did, though. But thank you, brother. Or sister. It's alright. That's where I'm trying to be. I love the markets. Yep. God bless. God bless you, Crystal. And your father. Man, it's a shitty thing. For real. Bruce, can we review / analyze a stock for potential play tomorrow / rest of the week? Um, yeah, if you want here, once we close in a couple minutes, I'll pull up. We'll go to one solid screen, and I'll pull up the options plays that I had lined up for today, and we'll see where they're at and see if we can apply one for tomorrow. If you want to stick around for that, we can look at that. Good one, Bruce. Okay, cool. Subi's in, Bruce is in. I want to go through the review process using the golden ticket process. Oh, yeah, we can do. I'm not going to do that today. I mean, if you want to go ahead and try to pick a stock and do that with for a swing, you can. I don't know. You guys tell me what you want to do. I'm not going to go through all that right now. This is my first day streaming, and I've been on since 9 o'clock this morning, and I stayed up almost till 1 a.m. last night trying to get this all set up to do this today. I think I slept like 3 hours, and I haven't eaten anything either. We can, but we can do something right now. You guys pick. We can I had the three call option plays, triggers and everything, levels and all that set up that I was gonna potentially get into today if they triggered that I never got to get to. We can go over those right now and see if they're still potentially game for tomorrow. If they haven't, taken off, or if they have they come back with the sell-off today in the market? Have they come back and retested, or, broke under support to where we could potentially use the sell-off today to our advantage if there's a green day tomorrow, which I feel like at some point it's going to turn around. If the algo is still intact with AMC, I think we are looking at a late day green move tomorrow. Or we can just browse through some of the tickers that I believe potentially are under this same algorithm that I think I have a few in my head that we could potentially look at on a macro scale, like on the daily, where I could show you like the differences. You guys let me know. I'm going to get a drink real quick, take a piss. I'll be right back. You guys let me know which one you want to do. I keep running into that fucking that extension there. I'm coming. I gotta piss you. Did I not leave any music on? full screen. Alright. Where'd we end up? Market closed. AMC down 7.89. GameStop 196. Damn, it's down to. Everything's down. Lucid. It's crazy. Market goes closed. Poof, everything lights up green. Doo, 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 like Christmas tree. They let off the pressure and poof, there it is. Not much, but you get the point. I get the point every time I fucking see it. Alright. Go through the review process using the link for it. Okay, that's cool. Just off work, so I can give my whole attention to it. 10-4, I get you, Bruce. I'm down. Today feels like Friday for some odd reason, maybe because AMC got beat down so bad. Yeah, Subi is down for it as well. What do you think? Some other tickers using the same algo? Man, if this dude broke the code, I'd be stoked. This is so exciting. Everyone is killing themselves trying to figure this thing out. Close, but no cigar left. What the fuck is this shit? This guy talking about guitar lessons or some shit. Shut up. That's funny. Who said that? Subi? Yeah, this is broke. Yeah. Listen, that's what the dude was telling me. That's what I've been having a hard time dealing with. Like, he tells me I have, and that he's been trading for all these years, and he's never seen anything like it. He's never seen fractal, his words, quote unquote, I've never seen fractal projections play out as precise as yours have. And listen, he's not the only one, but he's the one that, like, it has a lot of bearing with me. It has a lot of I don't even know what the term I'm trying to use is, but a lot of weight. There's a lot of weight behind that for me. But anyways, when it's coming from him. But anyways, like, that's been what my struggle has been, is like, so when you hear that and it has weight because it's coming from somebody who's been in this game long before I ever got in it, who's like blown out and astonished by, and I'm like minus having to find the change that I had to find in the algo, like everything leading up to that was like literally super easy for me, and I was like, why? I mean, literally, I even said to my mother, like, why is this so easy? Like, this should not be like this. And there's no way this should be like this. And so that's been my biggest struggle, is hearing that, but yet believing it, and then believing it enough that I'm willing to put my money on it, on myself, and trust it. Like, that's been my struggle. So if I did, I'd be just as fucking stoked as you, because I mean, listen, it's already done so well for me. Like, it's stupid how well it's done for me in 6 months. Like, it's mind-boggling. But that's why I said, I mean, and I don't say that like when I say when I was like, it shouldn't be this easy. I'm not saying that to be like, and like, I'm saying that because, like, that's how I truly felt. Like, I was paranoid. Like, what is going on here? Like, this should not be like this. And, so, I hope so too. I read you a couple excerpts of what he said. Like, listen, don't even. He was telling me, don't even give this. Don't even tell nobody. Don't even let nobody know you know what's going on. Don't even let nobody know what you're doing, because what you found is extremely valuable and extremely rare, and I've never seen it before. And you got it, and I confirmed it, and that. I mean, that's what he's told me, and again, he's not the first person to tell me that either, but it's mind-boggling. So I don't know, and maybe I do, maybe I don't know, but I agree with you, because I have watched people for until I started coming out about this, until I started talking about this, and like publicly on my Twitter and tweeting about it. I watched it over. And this is why people are so upset with the Fractal crew and the people that are doing projections, and because they've been let down so many times, because they sell it as, look, this is it, blah 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 blah, and then something happens and they don't have an answer for them other than so I get it, and I didn't want to do that, so I've done a couple things differently, you know what I'm saying, as far as like that goes, but that's what I'm trying to figure out, like, and if it's it, I made a conscious decision as a person, as a human being, that I want to, I just want to share knowledge, I want to give it away, and I want people to, if they can attach themselves to it and it works, great. If they can catch on or find a way to do it themselves, it works, great. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I already talked about all that, but yes, thank you for saying that, and I hope I found it too. It is exciting. I'm glad you're excited. I really am. I'm glad you're excited, and you're right. People have been killing themselves trying to figure this shit out, and none of them have been like, and I feel like I really have. So I hear you there. It's been a long year, right? Definitely a long year, extremely long. It's ready to be done with this. Where the fuck did that go? It's ready to be done with this specific play. Phew. Aren't we all? Me too. Aren't so much more until we walk away. And so, yeah, right? Sorry, man. You're drifting off target. Yeah, I always drift off target, Bruce. Let's review a potential play. Let's see the process. What do you? So you want options? You want to look at the options? All right. Let me straighten up these screens here. Oh man, my fucking neck is killing me. We'll leave this one. We'll send that one over there. You got, that's what you want to do? You guys want to go over the options plays that I had set up? Oh, okay, you want to go over the, okay, the algos, the ones that are, oh, we'll just leave it on there. Okay, so I'll show you the macro stuff. I don't want to go zooming in on it and get into these many things, but here's what I want to do. Let's start with our girl here, and I want to zoom out to the daily. I'm going to pause this music so I can, my brain's getting fried a little bit. Let's, I'll show you this. So, was this that line I fucked up? Yeah. Okay. So this is kind of what started the whole thing, was looking at, don't mind this pennant yet, the run up. Just focus on this one here. Okay, so this was the for me, and you again, you can cross check all this shit and go back. My comments are delayed though. Yeah, see that's weird. Earlier the comments were coming in, but me coming back to you was delayed. But we'll try to do this the best we can with what we have. So this was the original fractal, if you will, that I picked up on, and then this was the pennant fractal that I think everybody kind of. But what I was more, I was concerned with a couple things, but more than like, I started looking at these movements inside here that made this up. I mean, first it was like, oh yeah, it's a pennant. Okay, so as long as we're making lower highs and higher lows, we're gonna get to the pennant and break out, right? Well, I started looking, saying, man, there's something going on here on the inside of these things, and that's dictating what it is that's creating these things. So this was, well, without the new lines and shit I have in here, but the shape that you see is, and these shapes, right? And if you follow my cursor, we had the trial, and then we had this run out, we had this, almost as if I thought this here was like a fake out of what this was, and then but there was another pennant on the inside of this pennant. Well, not this one. There's another one here that was here, from here down to here, and from here to here, and then this was the breakout of that pennant, and it was a breakout channel, right? You can see the channel, and then there was a breakdown, and then there was a 2 repeating, 1, 2 to the downside, which created our bottom. Then there was small triangle, big triangle, and then this really pronounced fractal here that we're seeing. Bang, right? So that is what I identified as the fractal initially, right? And what allowed me to start finding other, and this is what I was saying about being in the same time frames. It started allowing me to identify others over a macro source that, hey man, these things are running on the same thing now. With that being said, obviously you go into these tighter time frames, these movements that are inside of these fractal shapes become more and more distorted, right? Which is why, for identifying purposes on a giant scale, the daily was like really my go-to. But what I started noticing when I was trying to connect dots to make plays off of was the daily doesn't give you enough interaction, enough movement to identify and overlay it. And what I found myself doing was attempting to overlay shapes on top of movements that weren't there, right? Because it just seemed like a straight line versus this going up, you know what I'm saying? Like, there were just, and not this one specifically, but it just in general, that's what was happening. So I ended up zooming into the 1 hour, and then after some time realized that the 1 hour was giving me too much movement, and it was distorting the shape. So instead of it doing what it needed to do to give me the 3 top shape that I need, and then the down, it was doing all this crazy shit in between. And yeah, I had 3 tops, but then if you look at it from over here, it looked like I had 6, like shit like that. And it was like, damn, So daily wasn't enough. 1 hour is too much. So the 4 hour seemed to be that perfect time frame to identify. However, some of these lines were there. So anyways, what I identified was a giant pennant, and then there were pennants inside the pennant with breakouts. So I'll put, just so you can see real quick, and then we're gonna move to the other one. So we got the giant pennant,
and then we had was that the pen? See, this is with the daily. Oh, I already have it in there. Yeah. Right here. Boom, boom, the pennant. Here's the breakdown. Here's the 1, 2 repeated movements. Here's the little triangle. Here's the big triangle. Here's the sideways move. And there's the up. And then, right, so then when I zoomed out of that, then I saw this one. Right here. This pennant. And then here was the pennant breakout, and the channel up, and then down, and then the double move, and then the small triangle, and then the big triangle, and then this whole movement. Right? And it was like, so I started realizing, like, holy shit, it's like, this whole thing is that, and then in here, this is this whole thing, and then in here, this is the whole thing. Like, so there was this whole thing, and then if you go real tight, in this little area was this whole, when you go in tighter to the time frame, this whole movement process here was all in here. And then when you come out to this next one where I just drew that line, if you go into the tighter frame, this whole movement was inside of there. And then here it was. Well, then once again, here was another move up. Here was another pennant. This was the breakout. Here are the 2 moves. So here was another one playing out. But yet it was all the whole thing. And that's when I first recognized this and was like, whoa, right? So if you can remember this, right? Right here. This is what I started identifying as. Is upside move, pennant, and then on the inside of the pennant, well, yeah, here, here I'll show you. We're gonna go, let me go right here. Actually, let me make that bigger. There's always a drop.
this higher high, higher low. We had the drop, then we had the higher high, higher low movement. So did you monitor your pennants for on whether to buy and just continue to layer additional pennants as time progresses? Yeah, like what I noticed was, so I didn't start playing on them till I identified the smaller fractals inside. The movement that I've been talking about all day that I realized is now what got flipped on AMC now. Like they flipped a switch and it reverted back to this. Then when I went through GameStop and AMC from start to finish from January till now, what I realized is all of everything that I had accumulated over the months of like, oh, it's a pennant, oh, it's another pennant, oh, it's another pennant, it's another. It wasn't about the pennants as much as these are not this pennant, but like these pennants, which this one will become relevant when it breaks out. But what's leading up to it is this. Right, the most important. I was just walking you through real quick, like trying to what I identified first, and I'm gonna say we're gonna go to the other tickers. I ain't even gonna waste time on this. This is just fucking stupid. Bear with me, bro. I'm tired too, man. I haven't eaten and I've only slept a couple hours last night trying to get this ready. But let me get rid of this dumb shit. Alright, so what's really important, what the culmination of everything that became really important to me, and this entire projection ability for me was identifying, this is my identifying shape. If I can find this, and then this section here follows, I know, not only do I know all of these moves are coming, but I know this is coming, more importantly. And whether this is only this again, because see here it was, and then it played out here, and then this was the next move, it wasn't one of these. I know that one of these are eventually coming, and I have kind of fine-tuned when those are coming, but these pennants are what I ended up identifying originally that got me to that point. Like I said, this was going to be really hard to try to teach somebody, because I've had like an evolution of what I'm identifying and what things stuck out at me originally. Like whereas, like here, the original pennant that was drawn here prior to other movement, and that's by showing this, you got to think about that, was like here first, you know what I mean? And then it broke out here, and it did an uptrend channel, which I used to have drawn in here, and then it fell out, and it finished the rest of this off, and this movement here was supposed to be this right here, and then boom is what, according to what the other ones prior to it back here were showing me. But this is when they hit the reset button, I think, and that's when I figured out, like, oh shit, okay, something else is happening here, and that's what changed it up. So anyways, I want to go move into some different ones and show you. But this used to be the identifying, was, again, none of this, like from here out, wasn't there. So when the pennant first got drawn, it was here, right? So it was the up move, it was down, it was this, moving through it, and then it would hit bottom of the support, and then it would start this uptrend, and then it would break out of the pennant that was here, and it would be in this perfect channel up right here, perfect channel up, and then it would break out, and then what I noticed was these movements in here were all it was in two sections. Was it was the pennant, what was it, so from here over, what was inside the pennant, and then the channel it broke out of, and then it had this breakdown out of the channel, and then it had
if you will, an accumulation or whatever. And but these were the fractal patterns that was playing out. And then, like I said, the only thing that changed here for now is this here was what the anticipation was. This move after this move, and you can see here that's that move there. But what they did was they hit reset button and they brought us back to the run, which I believe is here, right here before June. See, exact fractal run up before June, boom, and I think that's where we're at here. And it extended the pennant again, and that's what these pennants do, and that's what they're in the business of doing. Like I was talking earlier about extending these pennants out for one of two ways, either in a Tesla-like fashion or in a singular, long drawn out. Now, AMC has been more like a Tesla-like, whereas GameStop is one big ass pennant. Since January, with no like secondary, minus the first one, no secondary like breakout to all-time highs, and then new pennant and then new build out like AMC had. GameStop has been contained like nothing I've ever seen. Like, I know AMC has been contained as well, like on a level that's like unseen, unheard of, but like AMC has been given opportunity to move. Whereas if you look at this chart compared to the AMC chart, you can see that this shit here has been completely stumped since this. I mean, this thing has been, and for a number of reasons, and let me be very clear, in no way, shape, or form am I implying anything by saying that, because you can see this chart. What did you say? No worries. Damn, seems like GME is about to go. Listen, I'll tell you. How did you decide to draw the future movement? Which part of the earlier portion of the chart made you draw that in a way? On Amy's chart, you might have showed her fine catcher, and he did it off that weird shit. Okay. I'll show you the future movement. Yeah, GME. So they're very different, right? They're kind of the same in the fact that their patterns are the same, their fractals are the same, the algorithm that's running them are the same. They were shorted heavily. The meme, everything, like all that stuff's the same. But they're different, and you can see that by looking at their chart. GameStop had a super massive fucking sell-off. And they had a super nice run-up, and then they had the exact, I mean, literally, this thing looks like the fucking, what do you call that fucking, what do you call that monument in Paris? But that, this fucking thing is, but anyways, like, they have contained this, and let it here. So, that, to me, means a couple things, personally. What AMC lacked in, what GameStop carried as far as short interest and the short percentage numbers, AMC has made up in movement, in percentage gains, in the accumulation by retail investors, and the sheer number of people and shares that are out there now. to keep it contained to where it's at right now. The appeal I think it has, and the price of it being less than. And listen, I'm not for or against either one of these, so, and nor do I care to even have that conversation. What I'm getting at is you get a feeling, I do, I get a feeling from both of these charts. I get feelings from these charts, and what I'm saying is at the same time, simultaneously, they have both had everything thrown at them in their own respective ways to keep them contained to what they are. To see this thing be contained into one pennant for an entire fucking year, like, not only is it kind of confusing, but it suggests one of two, if not both things. It suggests that the compression that's behind this thing is, when it does explode, it's gonna be fucking next level. But in all honesty, I don't know that they had the ammunition to do that, unless, like we see now with these new interest numbers, short interest numbers, that maybe they reloaded and actually did, and that would make total fucking sense. So, but it means either it's coiled up and they have been doing everything in their power to keep it. I mean, it doesn't really give me that feeling. You don't see it like Trump, boom, 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 like bumper car in its way in here, trying to get the fuck out. But again, psychology, I think that's what they want to portray. But anyways, okay, getting off track. Anyways, I want you to see here, same thing though. Here's the weird pattern that Subi was talking about. This is what tips me off all the time, because I can see it. It's like poof, poof, poof. They just pop out at me. GameStop was a little bit different than AMC in the fact that, like, so AMC would make this and its pennant, same breakdown, but like GameStop would have this. GameStop has an extra. GameStop alternates, right? So it has the same exact fucking movements. Breakdown from the first support, second support, down to the third support. Then it makes, and then here the second support takes you to the first high after the new bottom, after the new low. Then it blah 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 blah. So it's the same shit that I was going over today on AMC. The only difference is, I'm gonna get rid of all these. Work with me. Alright, that's easier to look at. There, look at that chart for a minute. Look at that chart for a minute. Can you guys see it? So, I mean, immediately I see shape, 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 and I see You could call it Elliott wave. It's very similar. It's not what I call Elliott wave because I never learned everything about Elliott wave or Wyckoff. Like I said, I've dabbled a little bit, but they've not been my go-to. But what I see is these shapes, repetitive shapes, jump out at me, and when I start seeing that, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, look at this shit. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm like, oh, W, 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 W. Wonder what's gonna happen here. You know, but it literally comes off the fucking screen at me. Okay, there's GameStop. Sorry, I'm munching in here. Here we go. Here's the old one. Here's Clove. Clove broke down, had a breakdown of it though. As you can see. But you also can see on Clove how dull the movement is. On the daily. But there you go. This was the old one I was trying to explain. And again, this pennant was not here before. But you did have this pennant, right? And then you had a breakout and you had a channel. You had an up channel and you had a breakdown of that channel, a descending wedge. And you had the two identical movements. And this one got a little flat here, but it was small triangle, should have been big triangle, and then this movement. And you can see when it got flat here, that would have been the indicator. For me, had I been trading it, uh-oh, what's happening? We should be building out bigger than the next fractal, something's wrong, get out, bang, right? But this format was the original, for me, identifying fractal, was seeing pennant, a breakout channel, a descending wedge breakdown out of that channel, almost like pennant breakout to the upside. Oh my god, here we go, look at the perfect channel we're in, and then bang, breakdown in a descending wedge. It's like all pump fakes and shit. And then matching what I think Astro called these the double Doritos, matching fucking. And then I had a small triangle, a big triangle, and then this fucking shape here, right? That was the original fractal that I started identifying all over the fucking place. Look, here's Blackberry. Now look here, I'm gonna ask you guys. Look at that, right? This shit's been drawn out forever, and this is the old one again. And look at this fucking shit, man. Look at this shit. It's nutty, man. Like, and it goes, this shit goes on and on and on and on. Again, this is the original one that I had identified back then, prior to putting together like what I put together on AMC and GameStop. But and then look what happened here. Let me show you something interesting. I'm making a mess. This is what you saw, what I anticipated that being. So had this been happening, this is where I potentially could have been changing things to as it was playing out. See what I'm saying? So let me show you this now. What do you, or ask you, I guess, what do you think has happened here on BlackBerry? Obviously, we have a breakdown here where it broke down. It's not falling, but, and I'm asking you rhetorical questions. I'm asking you so you just think, and I'm going to tell you the answer. I'm not going to wait because of the chat, because I want to keep it moving, because I want to enjoy some of my night. Do you realize what's happened here? What's happened here is they have now, what's going on with AMC and GameStop. Is that the W? Yep. If we went on the 4 hour, this shit would look just like the patterns in AMC. This is the first breakdown of the yeah, they elongated. Yeah, they extended it. I think they're gonna keep changing algos when Boom Boom's gone. Right, which is what they've been doing, right? So what they did on GameStop, they let it go up, but they kept it within their pennant, right? And then AMC, it was supposed to go rip, and they did the same thing they did to GameStop. What helped me realize that was knowing and seeing what they did to GameStop. Then I realized, holy fuck, they just did it to AMC. But thank God for me, and I mean for my credibility and my projecting, I saw it coming before it actually happened, which allowed me to publicly claim that and say, hey, you know, check this out. You know, you guys are all saying this shit's going up. I'm saying it's going down. And here we are, like, a couple weeks later, and I'm trying to, you know. But here's the same shit, right? And I could draw. I'm just doing this loosely, so these lines aren't. All right, here's the first. This would be the pennant would be the first support. Right, this one here. There's your second support. You always go from the bottom of the run. There's your third support that it touched. Third support's going to take you to the next high after the first bottom, right? So it now it broke first, it broke second, it caught here, now it broke third. Now how far down this is going to go, nobody knows. This is where you wait, let it make its new bottom. For the sake of not drawing a shit ton of lines, it'll do the W and then the A, and right, or maybe a little W, actually not the A, maybe just a little W, but then it'll come up here and it'll eventually give you the next high. This here will give you the next high after the first low, and it will meet up with it, right? Just like I'm anticipating on AMC. And then this one, will give you the next high of the next run, which is this one, right? So
and it always is the last one. The last support comes up before the last support before the new bottom. Will if that trend line will give you the next high of the next run. So you can kind of gauge, are we going to have one of these? Because you can tell by the angle. Watch. See, I haven't even done that to this. So we would have had 1, 2. Would have actually been here. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Check that out. It works every time, bro. Because this wouldn't have been just a straight run up. This would have been one of these weird shapes that we're talking about. That you guys are calling weird shapes. We'll have to come up for some names of some of these shapes that I found, right? Here we go again. You know what I'm saying? Like it, and these trend lines gauge, so I can gauge and I can tell you that, and pretty much with certainty, this is gonna make its little. So that was that one. Yeah, I did that right. See, this one's gonna be a. This is gonna be a pump faker here. Because this is supposed to be a bigger one. This is gonna be the bigger one. They're containing this bitch, and it may, again, this may even go down further to help make this. And that's what I've noticed, like these ones here that don't go like the angle of the low from the flagpole, if you want to call it that, to the next high of that. If it's not at an angle that's conducive to going up, a lot of times this fall out of the third is gonna be pretty drastic, right? And then what I have seen is, in that case, and I may be exaggerating this like way too much just to show my point, is this trend line, this trend line really won't be shit other than this, and this will end up still being. So what they'll do to emphasize that move will be shit like this. See? And then we fucking start it all over. You know what I mean? We just start it all over. And then look what you end up getting. Right? And then it's the same thing. You know, they're doing the same thing to all these fucking things, man. Let me read your question. Not like to average talk, but to like 90% of the memes. There's a few of them that aren't, but the ones that you can identify like instantly, the ones that they're doing it to, you can, as soon as you open them up and look at them, you'll be like, oh shit, look, right there it is. And once you start charting them out, then you start seeing it. Elongate it. I think they're gonna keep changing. You know, guys, when boom unit, they're repeating the drop out of the last. They're repeating the drop out of the last drop of the channel. Yeah, right. So what they do is they shorten it, right? And then, like, here, let's go back to, right, shit. I was gonna
type it again. Right? They stuffed this from becoming this, because this is this, is this, right? So it's just the same, and it just, they have the ability. This is why I say they control all this shit, because you can't tell me that we did this then and now we've been through 1, 2 more of these and we haven't busted out of this. Like, when we know what the MO is of the people buying these, retail, both retail and institution. It's a good, I said, yeah, I'm doing it for a compliment. It's a good play, mate. Why spend your own money when you provide key insight for people that's worth tons of money? I like anonymity and hiding in the shadows. Suits my personality. Oh no, a lot of silky folk online. I just end up arguing with people in comments, as you've seen. Excuse me a second, guys. Yeah, I thought, why not? All these others are doing it, and I'm doing it better and able to provide more consistent and on point value. I might as well try. Alright. Where'd the BB? So BlackBerry's gonna make a slight move to the upside from here if it respects the bottom of the pennant. Shake my head, this algo runs off shapes. Yeah, it does. I see it on BlackBerry right before you read the last comment. Yep. Oh well, I think I'm catching on. Okay, cool. So you're starting to see it. Yeah, it's just listen. Like I was saying, the whole thing has evolved into what this is my most AMC, just because. Well, most of my not, yeah, the bigger, not most of, but the bigger percentage of, yeah, most of it, or the bigger percentage of my asset money is in AMC, and in both shares and call options. So this is where I have spent the most time. This is the most detailed, intricate chart that I have that shows it as precise as it possibly can. A lot of the other ones were just me, taking a break from this and like, oh, let me go check these, and then bang, 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 bang. I start seeing this shit everywhere. I'm telling you, like, once you get this in your brain, it will be an imprint that you will never be able to unsee. And you'll start if you have any kind of photographic recall in your brain, and you'll start looking at things and be like, holy shit, look, here it is. Look what they're doing. Right here it is. And it won't be a guesstimate. Like, this thing is so unique and so defined that you won't be guessing. You won't be like, man, is that it? Like, there will be none of that. It will be spot on, and you'll know. And like I said, we can go more and more and more in depth with this stuff, where we can start we can start breaking down these charts, like I don't know, for shits and giggles. Let's go to Blackberry. Let's go back to Blackberry since you guys are talking Blackberry. And let's go to the 4 hour. Wait a shit. I remember I said if you go to the 4 hour, I bet you see the W. You know, I would have drawn like a check here and then, you know, did you get it? Yeah. So, I mean, they're gonna do whatever's necessary on BlackBerry to keep this thing independent. Obviously, I did this time frame on the daily, so it's gonna be just a tad off here. And I mean, they may bring it down, even down to here, like this. You see these things, like, once you see them, you realize, like, oh shit, okay, that's what they're doing. Like, this is, like, literally what AMC's been doing. Now look, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna show you AMC, okay? We're gonna do this real quick, and then I'm gonna go back to AMC. Alright. Oh, you prick. I just brought you the whole way down. Okay, you see it? Right? Comes down, and this may not even be here, and this may be part of this for all we know, right? This may just be one downfall to the W, right? Here you have your small A, and then you're gonna have your big A with a short side and the long side, right? The long leg, these all have like these characteristics to them that you'll learn when the more we do this, the more you're gonna learn these little characteristics. Like this big triangle, and these aren't all completely accurate. This one strikes me as close, and you'll see here when we move back to AMC. You always have a short leg on the left-hand side of the big A, and then you have a really long, drawn-out, like exaggerated right leg and then the angle in which this angle right here, in which this thing, that leg there goes to the pennant and gets you to the breakout point, is an angle that leaves this space that you won't forget. Right? You'll have the angle. But I just want you to see like this, right? And then we have, this is the move here. That is the next run move that we're always seeing. That leads, this here all leads us to the, and remember, this will be the beginning and the end right here. This is the end, and then boom, the next time you see this shape, that's your beginning of your new one, and then there'll be a pennant within this that's basically like this. Oh shit. It'll be like this, because this will trade up like this, and it'll give you 3 points. One, and it'll come down, but this will be a trend line for it, and it'll trade, and it'll give you another high point 2, and it'll trade, and then bang, it'll give you 3 at this one, and as soon as you hit this one, you're getting a drop, wham, and it's going to drop out of the first one, and then here your second support would be here. It's going to drop out of that one, and your third support would be, you can draw this flagpole down and run it from there, and it'll be down here. And it just keeps repeating. So look at that real quick, and then we're going to go back there. And then look, this is AMC now. Yeah. There she be. Like, it's just, it's the same, and that's the fractal. I mean, like, here, drawing, rectangle, yep. That's the fractal. That's the fractal in its entirety that's on the internal, that's the internal fractal movements of the macro pennants that we're seeing. And the repeat is, what's being repeated is that, from start to finish. So, and like I said, for me it was about identifying the things that stick out, and for me, that shape, for me, this shape here really sticks out to me. Identifying features, like I said, it makes a pennant, which creates the first support, the second support. So I have this all down to a science as well, and like where these lines go. And like I said, the second support always goes from the bottom of the flagpole to the new high from the second or from your first new low, and then your next one will take you to the new high of the next fractal beginning. So the more you guys get exposed to this, the more you're going to start seeing it, and we can start going detail to start really picking these apart. But in a nutshell, that's what this entire fractal thing is, man. It's just this thing. What I've identified is this thing replaying itself over and over and over and over to keep it inside. They're doing it, suppressing it, not allowing it to break out. But I do believe that time is coming, because they can only keep this in a pennant, and they can only keep extending it so long before we run out. I mean, literally, they can't run a pennant forever. It's gonna eventually get to the point where the end of the road is there. Can you show us your options, please? Yeah, I'll show you a couple of, just like what I did this morning, the way I set them up. I'll just show you the quick basic setups, and then I'm going to jump off, guys. So Here's Neo. Yeah. That was my break retest. Okay. So here was my Neo play today. Here's the option setups that I had for today. And I play a lot of these repeatedly because they're liquid and you can get in and out of the options contract quickly, and they typically have volume, so, and volatility, as you can see. So anyways, you can see where we're at pre-market, after hours, and then pre-market, and 40-30 was my break. But as you see, the rolls, we just want to break and a retest. Now, could we have made some money? A $40.30 move to a 41 and 40, that's a $1.10 move. Sure, we could have. Could we have taken a chance and played this move right here on the 5? And I tend to always play them on the 5 minute. Could we have just jumped the gun and saw it going and been like, I'm getting in? Yeah, we could have. Could we have made money doing it? Yeah, we could have. But we also have a price target of previous support and resistance here. Previous support and resistance price target laid out, and what we would have been doing is sitting on it after we got in. Holy shit, I'm up 40%. As soon as it touches that line, I'm out. As soon as it touches the line, I'm out. Wham! Done. Now you're red 80%. So the first rule of thumb is on any break you want one of two things. At a minimum, you want whatever time frame you're trading on. You want one full candle to open and close above your break line. Now check this out. Where's the first candle that we're on 5 minute, which is what I like to trade on. Where did it break above? Where did it open and close above our break line? This one. And look how far we would have had to wait to even get in, playing by that rule. That's just a basic rule for trading options. You always want whatever time frame you're on, that candle to open and close cleanly above or below your break line. Then typically so on that roll alone, we wouldn't have even gotten into here. So we probably only would have had like a 20% or something, and then it just fucking fell, right? So that's just your basic, the skinniest rules of rules to use. Then what I like to do is a break, and like I wrote, break, retest, then enter. So what I like to see is 1 5 minute candle break above it, open and close above it. It can go up, but then I want a retest. So seeing this come down today, I would have been like, hell yeah. It broke. It didn't get too far past the full break of a 5 minute candle over top of it. And now it's coming back down to retest. And it came down. And when it was here, I would have probably been thinking, hell yeah, dude, if this thing turns and which they do, this is what they tend to do. But these are the rules, right? This was my break level. This was my price target. These were both established by using previous support and resistances. And so that's my entry, break and entry, and this is my first price target. I typically take now if I have more than one contract, I take money off the table. If there is a second one. If I don't put a second one on there, if I hit that first one, I'm out. But the rules are break, retest, enter. So what I wanted to see was a break just like that. Here was my entry candle right here after this candle. So this is my entry candle on this move just because of the way it worked out, which is a shitty place to enter considering you see what happened. So had you just said, yep, fuck it, I think it's going, we're going to be green. Look, everything's green this morning, and everything was green first thing out of the gate, and then everything got hit, right? So you would have been absolutely fucked had you just rolled with that. So this is the safest way. These two combined. 1 5 minute candle, open and close above the break line. The next candle is your entry. If you're playing by that, but like I said, if you play by all of them, it's 1 5 minute, let it run, and then you want to retest. So this would say, okay, confirmed breakout. Now we need a retest, and upon retest and bounce and support, you want retest, support, and that's where entry is. That entry goes on the following. So let's say this would have been up here, right, like this, right? Let's say this next candle would have opened, come down here, retested, right? And then, but it's the open and close stayed above the break line. You want the next candle to open and stay above the break line. So you want a full open and close again after the retest and support. And then the following candle after that is when you enter. Or when I enter. I shouldn't be saying it like that. It's when I enter. This is not financial advice. This is a tutorial on how I enter and exit my option scalps. Okay, that makes sense. Neo, Roblox. Look, same shit, man. Look at this shit. Now, again, could you have played this? 100% you could have. But look where it is. This was my break, retest, enter. Look at this craziness. This is craziness. This is how you get trapped in these things. And you're leveraged 100 to 1. This is why you gotta have, for me, this is why I gotta have fucking roles. Like, you, and for me, man, I stick to, if I don't get in, fuck it, I don't get in. I don't care. I mean, I've learned to deal with that. There were times when I first started doing this where I was like, man, how am I supposed to make any money if I can't get, like, I felt like, because I'm so used to, like, hey, at my job, I make $150 a day, or whatever it is that you make at your job when you know, back when I was working a day job, that was the thought going through my head. All right, I made $150 a day, so I make $750 a week, and then, you know, so in my mind, you know, when I began doing this, I was thinking, okay, I got to make this much per day. No, the fuck you do. No, you don't. Trust me, you will make up. Just, it's not about the money, man. It's about the trading. If you make this shit about the trading, you're gonna make money. When I fucking switched that shit up is when I started making money. Sitting here like, dude, I gotta make like 150 bucks. And then I'd lose 30 and be beside myself, and I'd panic and get into the next one, and I'd lose 180 and be like, oh my God, what did I do? Can't do shit like that. Set roles. Know the roles. This is what I'm trying to educate on. I learned these roles from other people, and I'm relaying the information to you. But look, same shit, man. If you're waiting for a 5-minute candle up over the break to open and close, you got it right here, right? So you already missed this, and now you missed this because this fucker took it all up. Well, you already hit your price target, and it didn't even give you the most basic rules to get entry. So if you were going by the full rule book, 1 5-minute plus retest, then another 5-minute confirmation, then entry, you would have had to wait. You'd have been like, shit, I gotta wait, right? Damn, dude, look, oh my God, I missed. Why didn't I just get in? This is why you didn't get in. This is why. And you didn't have your rules, right? And even when it come down, look, it came down, it caught support, and look what that candle did. Did it open and close above? No. The next one did. It opened and closed above. Look, the next one did. It opened and closed above, and then look. These are trap candles. These two are trap candles. This is indecision. When you're waiting for confirmation of the move that you just made, you do not want to see these. You do not want to see, I call them trap candles. You want to see bullish candles. You want to see bullish candles pulling out of here with buying pressure underneath them. You don't want to see these fucking indecision of, are we going up, or are we going down, when you're trying to confirm and get into a trade. Okay? And zoom. And look, I had drawn this in the morning. I was anticipating it coming down, retesting, which it did. It came down and retested, and but it didn't quite come the whole way down, so I wouldn't have played that. But same thing. So none of these triggered today. None of the three that I had triggered today. Well, they triggered. I shouldn't take that back. They triggered, but they didn't trigger entry because all the rules weren't met. So, same thing here. This was... Oh, well, this one broke. Yeah, this one had already broke, right? So I had this laid out yesterday. And was looking for this to come down and retest, and it broke even higher. So this would have been one of those ones. I was expecting this to maybe come down pre-market and retest. That's right, I forgot what this was. But this one actually gapped up and broke down, and we already know what happens with gap ups. What it's going to do, it's going to come back down and fill that gap. Especially a pre-market after hour, like it's going to 9 chances out of 10 it's going to do it. Especially with a gap up, you're going to have a flush 9 chances out of 10 right at the open. And, yeah. Thoughts on Doge, run up 3 weeks prior. I don't know, dude. Like I said, the Doge thing, man. I got away from a lot of the hype shit, with anything. I'm sticking to facts, and I haven't had a chance to or an interest in looking into Doge to look at its chart to kind of give it a look and see what it's been doing. But yeah, I did see Elon had said a couple things, and I mean, I don't know. I haven't, like I said earlier, I haven't been in crypto in a while. I liquidated like 90% of my crypto and went into stocks once I started kicking ass, really, in stocks. Crypto became very unpredictable, and other than when I found that it was following Wyckoff, once it was following Wyckoff, I was able to make some moves with swings, but then I realized that, in my humble opinion, that swinging crypto was unpredictable, and even at times with Wyckoff, back when I was doing it, it was all over the place. So for me, I felt like the best course of action with crypto was to set it and forget it. When I started looking into the people that have turned their finances right side up with crypto, that's what the majority of them did. They weren't scalping or swinging crypto like we do with stocks and stuff. So, and like I said, I'm going to be, here's 150% transparency. As soon as I found that I was able to connect fractal projections to the algos that they're running with a degree of certainty as to what was going to be playing out, and then I was able to utilize and learn how to use the options chains to utilize that to my benefit and play the swings and movements based off of those, being that it's leveraged, I made and have made way more money doing that than I ever would have just buying coins, tokens, or shares of any of those and swinging it for the underlying gains. The leveraged gains are that's where the money's at. So if you can take the ability to chart, the ability to project, the ability to, in some way, shape, or form, do what I'm doing, and whether it's your way or it's my way, or it's using Wyckoff, or it's using Elliott Wave, or a combination of all of them, to where you get one or more that are lining up and giving you the same answers, if that's what's needed to give you that confidence. What I have found is, once I knew how to do that, and with a high degree of certainty again, and conviction with it at the same time, I was able to say, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and go after these options, and I'm gonna play this swing because, you know, like if I knew this move was coming, I knew, okay, holy shit, we're coming down, we're coming down. This last support's gonna give out, and as soon as it does, when we come back down to this resistance right here, and we touch that resistance, I'm getting in because we're heading back up. And I bought 12 call contracts for $225, and I bought them down here at 208 when it touched. Like, man, you just ripped off a freaking, like, and had I just spent 208 on, you know, 20 shares, and I got the 225, and, you know, per share difference between 208 and 225 versus the 6 contracts for the same amount of money, and capitalized on 100 to 1 on the same move. Like, it's to me, it's an absolute fool's mistake and brainless operation to use such logic and intel to chart something and have that sort of projection power, especially if they're coming to fruition, and not utilize the one thing that's given to us as traders that allows us to receive leveraged gains. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Hey, listen, guys, I am done. I am fried. I need to eat. I need to get a shower. Sorry, see, I keep looking at this fucking thing. I appreciate all y'all coming here today. You guys picked me apart today. It's all good though, man. I hope y'all come back tomorrow. I hope what you heard helped you learn something, or opened your eyes or mind to something maybe you weren't open and maybe visible to today. And I hope y'all come back tomorrow and spread positivity about being here today, and I hope it was enjoyable. I will be back on Manana. I'll fire up. I mean, I'll be sitting out here. I'll probably start the stream around 9, quarter till 9 a.m. Eastern time. So, yeah, man. I will see you all then.